Welcome to the final day of the €350 buy-in, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster, announcer, and Irish pundit for this one. Nine players remaining at the final table. Ow! And the winner of this event is going to take home a whopping €145,000. Just look how big that average stack is. 18.6 million. Small blind is still 200k. Big blind is 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400. Hope you can all hear me loud and clear on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon, wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Welcome. We were live for the guts of 13 hours yesterday and about 8 hours the night before. It is the third day of action in a row. I'm very excited for this final table. We have Seamen Carey with 100 bigs coming in as your chip leader, just marginally pipping Gregor Flack, who has 98 big blinds. Then quite a jump off. Then Tony in third place with 54 bigs. Victor Pajon with 36. Sarte with 28. Joseph with 28. Alpi with 26. Uncle Nick with 25. And BM with 23. It is all to play for here. €9,300 is the current payout. What an amazing prize pool and event this is from a €350 buy-in. Let's go. And may the best man win. Bird is the first one into the chat. Flying by to say hi. Can you hear me loud and clear, Bird? We see 2.5 million bet from Seaman. Some severe pay jumps at this final table. The eventual champion going to take home €145,000. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about the resort, head over to the King's Resort website. We do have a variety of nationalities being represented at this final table. Vietnam, Germany, Romania, Poland, Ukraine, Switzerland and Serbia. This is the final table indeed, if someone's asking about information about the outer tables. Hi! I hope all these players have got a good night's sleep. I found it very difficult to get a sleep after 13-hour stream, so I can imagine what it's like for the players. Bird says prepare for the daily beer pick today, weekly, not daily. I have a coffee in front of me. I'm on day 9 of this diet I'm doing, so no beer picks for me. Although I am going to be out of office, Bird, for the guts of a month. Richard Hayes is going to do the commentating next Sunday. He's done a great job. A few times now we've had him as my replacement. He's surpassed himself. The Deutsche Poker Tour is on next Sunday night. And then all roads leading to Kings for the World Series of Poker Europe Festival with 20 million guaranteed. BM with the straight here, by the way. Busted diamonds out there, busted clubs out there. He's gone for a small bet. And it looks like he is after... The graphics are just not catching up. Give this a second now. 850 was the bet and BM snapping it off is what happened. I actually... Should we not have seen a raise there? Am I missing something? Is the graphics telling a lie? Does he not have the nuts straight? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He does indeed. Why is he not raising on the river? Or did he raise and the graphics just said he called? He wins the pot either way. Takes it down. And the world keeps on spinning. Let me know who you want to see win this event, who you're rooting for. Any other questions you might have. We've got a lot of strategy going the last few days. Tony Ravnak, who made a great call late last night against Monday Madness. Monday Madness was playing some peculiar style bluffs. One that was ferocious with King 3 of Spades. The other just didn't really make much sense the way he played it. Uncle Nick with Ace King. Going to be bumping this one up. Tony with Queen 10. I'll be calling from the small. I'm not the biggest fan of calling from the small blind here with the Queen Jack off suit. There's no need for it. Just not going to play too well. The play is fine, but sub 20 bigs at an FT. Maybe we want to flick that one in. I would just prefer to be suited. It was the other way around, Pamu. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much. The graphics weren't correct. The turn went check, check. River was the nut straight. The big blind check. The button bet with the nuts. The big blind hero called. I just didn't think he would have hero called there with a deuce. So therefore, I thought it was wrong. Thank you very much, Pamu. Nice to have you with us. I was reading off the players we had at the FT, doing a little bit of homework on the side. Everyone who got in the money receives €600 automatically. Is the way to look at that. We're going to have some action here. BM with Ace King, Sarte with Pocket Jacks, Seaman the initial opener, the 10-7 of spades, the chip leader at this final table. I think that's going to be okay. I would prefer into 8 players to have 10-8 suited, 10-9 suited. Looks like this guy came to play. And Sarte is in a difficult spot here for his tournament life, essentially. We could see Jacks go into the muck, and he does put Jacks in the muck. Eights, nines, and tens were definitely folding. And if you put that into a calculator, I'm pretty sure it would say Jacks can go into the muck there, and it's a Queen's Plus type of a spot because BM is just not going to be shoving there with eights, nines, or tens, and Jacks are going to be flipping at best. That's like a really, really good fold there from the Jacks. A lot of players would stack off. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. Victor Pajon, we've seen plenty of yesterday. A lot of people saying he looks like Luke Littler. Which I don't think there was a lot of people, just one or two. Only with 52 bigs. Good call. Three bet or just fold. Early position against early position violence. I will be more inclined to just let the ace 10 suited go in this exact scenario. Tony looks to take the aggressive route. Could make it somewhere around 3x. 2.2, 2.3, 2.4 million. That looks to be about 2.8. Tony ain't messing around. 2.9 million is the bet to 7.3 big blinds total. Seamen Carey has a total live earnings of $10,486. Tony Ravnock having over a 70k score at Kings about 2 months ago. Victor Pajon has total live earnings of $111,000. Victor not wanting to let that hand go. Tony taking that one in. He's a very deliberate player, Tony. Takes his time with his decision-making process, but you can't fault his method. He's very methodical. Feels out his players, feels out the situation before putting chips across the line. So now we have 6 players below 35 big blinds. Tony with 57, and then the 2 head honchos fast approaching a quarter of the chips in play for each. Yep, a snap out of says, what do you call a magician that's lost his magic? I'm not sure, Yappa Snap. What do you call a magician that's lost his magic? Ian. Oh, God. Out. Out with that. That's rubbish, mate. BM in raising with the Queen 10 off suit. Joseph is going to defend with the 10-4 suited. I'm not the biggest fan of defending here. Sub 30 bigs against the mid position open. Would prefer to have something like 10-7, 10-8, 10-9 suited. Joseph going to bet 800k now on the turn with his top pair. Sorry, BM betting 800k on the turn with his top pair. Joseph conceding his pair of fours. Oftentimes as well, you're going to get double barreled off your 10 on some runouts. You have such a shit kicker. You do have a pair of fours, but even calling on the flop, how often are you going to get to showdown with that pair of fours? Not enough to make it profitable, is my understanding. Richie's in the house, says good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Richie. Yappa Snap wants to know the current rundown. What do you want to know about the current rundown? It did have the desired effect. I did laugh. I laughed at how bad it was. You fucking stingray. The rundown is we have two very large stacks that have a quarter of the chips in play each, while hovering around 100 big blinds, which is absolutely chunks at a final table of this magnitude. We've got a couple of middling stacks, one or two, and then we have 5 to 6 players at this table with 35 big blinds and below. Blinds have just gone up. The small blind is now 250k. The big blind is now a 500,000, with a 500,000 running big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500. Pink chips in play are all a 500,000 each. Green chips are 25k and the white chips are 100k. We haven't reached those 1 million chips yet, but when they are in play, they are the yellow big boys. Yappa Snap says, are players allowed to leave the table during play in these tournaments? If nature calls or something to that effect, I'm sure you can go relieve yourself. Maybe you've got into an extremely stressful situation that requires you to go take a puff outside. However, I wouldn't recommend leaving a final table like this and missing a single moment or any hands taking place. There's too much valuable information to be acquired, and on top of that, you don't want to miss a hand and get blind, miss any action that you're involved in. What if you just go and run back within one hand and you happen to have had aces that got put into the muck? Imagine. It's just too important. It would nearly warrant having a pee bottle at the ready. just, just in case. What is that noise? Is someone peeing under the table? I think I would rather piss my pants on live television than run to the bathroom and miss aces. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that one in the chat. Surely it's just too valuable to move out of your seat. But if you had 100 big blinds and there was an emergency, it's not the end of the world. But if you've got a short stack, I still don't think it matters. It's like if you've got a big hand and you miss it, that's on you. How much is it worth? You've got to look at the risk and reward of everything in life, and the risk of being dealt aces and not being at the table or whatever the situation may be. You could flop a set with a hand, whatever. Even nine-handed here, that mistake could cost you a few grand in a pay jump. Future game simulation, it could be costing you tens of thousands of dollars. If your head's up when you left or there's an issue, that could be costing you over 50 G's, baby. So what's it worth to you to stay in your seat? I do know in Ireland there's so much drinking going on that people are constantly leaving their seat to go to the bathroom. So Flack, the initial opener, BM defending with the Jack 9. Jack 9 whiffing on this King 6-6. Flack, who was accumulating chips very well last night. However, I would have liked to seen him be a little bit more aggressive as we got closer and closer to the final table. There's some missed opportunities there when we were five-handed on both tables. But he didn't want to do anything out of the ordinary. He didn't want to lose any chips. He's come into this FT with the guts of 40 million. So good on him. There was one or two hands that really impressed me. Which he asked, is anybody playing online? I'm in the Bounty Hunter 108, big one at the moment on GG. Best of luck. GG going to be sponsoring. Well, they own the World Series of Poker now, I do believe. They are sending over the big dogs, the professional commentators, an army, a full team for the duration of the World Series of Poker Europe. So I'll be taking my annual leave. I hope you don't miss me too much. In my place, you will have experts 5, 10, 15, 20 years honing their craft as announcers. Which he says he did not expect to sit this long at the table. Well, best of luck. Are you in a day two, Richie, or is it just day one? When is day two, or is it not one of those ones where you go to day two? It's just a day one thing. It's played straight through, and I presume there's a lot of money up top. I'm not going to open any clients, especially when I'm commentating. We have enough issues with sound from time to time. When I am back, I will have a new computer. So we have that to look forward to, or I do anyway. Black raised to 1.1 mil. 9-7 of spades, staying active. I like this. See, this is way better than the 10-7. The 10-7 suited was under the gun +1. The gap is just too much between the 10 and the 7, even if we are suited. the buy-in is over. It's just $1. I thought it was $108. Right. Well, go get him, champ. King 9 deuce is the flop. Three-way action. 9-7 against the Queen Jack against the Queen 10. Good shot straight draw for Sarte. Good shot straight draw for BM. Black going to take the initiative here and bet. He will have a lot of King X in his range. 650 is the bet from Black. Ricky says he's just a mod. 108 too far. Put my bankroll. You're one of the best mods we've got, Richie. We do see a call from the small blind, a call from the big blind. 4 diamonds rolls off. 2 flush draws out there now. This 9-7. 7 is just wanting to get the showdown at this point with all those draws out there. And that 10 of diamonds slides home for BM. Great River for BM. It's going to be tough to get paid. I'd be betting something like 1.8 million here. Just for 1.25. Targeting a 10 with this bet. We have the Jack of Diamonds, blocks some 10 combos. Combos that would contain a 10. Just put on his glasses. Looking a bit giddy there. A bit restless in his chair. Not getting great odds. But you're not getting great odds if you're rarely going to be winning here. So I think he's just going to have to let it go, even though it is a very small sizing into such a large pot. Busted clubs still out there. It's so unlikely this guy is going to take off on a rocket ship. Happyfeet.com takes that pot in. Tony wins that pot, takes down the blinds and antes. With the Queen 10 off suit, staying active. Remember, this is a €350 buy-in with 3,356 initial entries. So much to play for. If you're just tuning in, it's the final day. Let this be our final battle. The Wolves Millionaire main event, live from the King's Resort in Roswell. Seaman with the min raise. Three bet. It's a 3 mil from Victor. Could even go a little bit smaller here. 2.5, 2.6, 2.7 million. Sarte, who was, or still is, very focused. Lets his pocket sixes go. Victor wins the pot. Thank you, Guardian Angel, for bringing that to my attention. I have refreshed the page. Should be a bit better there now. We will indeed have new equipment back in a month's time for this final table. Nice to have you with us, Guardian Angel. Previous hand there when I was refreshing some settings, etc. Pocket nines against the flop straight. Nines going into the muck from Tony. Nice to see so many of you tuning in on YouTube. Just let me know throughout the day if you think there is a major issue with the audio, and I will keep refreshing the page, etc. Please remember there are about 7 servers between the King's Resort and Ireland, and I do everything in my power every time to make sure the audio quality can be as good as it can possibly be. Like I said, I will have a faster computer. This thing has needed an upgrade for quite some time now. When I did initially take over from Fintan Gavin for one night only, I didn't imagine I would still be doing this over 3.5 years later. For the love of the game. Sarte with the min raise off 15 bigs to start the hand with ace, queen of hearts. Seaman with king 10 of spades on the button. The majority of the time we're just going to let this go. Sarte is going to have a very condensed range. But when we're on the button and we have all the chips, flicking it in here isn't the worst idea. Does call. Joseph should be getting out of the way with Jack 9 of clubs, but does come along for the ride. King, king, 6 is the flop, 1 heart. And Sarte wants to bet this around 1.2, 1.3 mil. He's got backdoor heart draw working for him. And he blocks hands like king, queen, and ace, king. Although ace, king would 3-bet pre. But Sarte will have hands like king 10, king jack, blocks king queen, which is very important. Everyone checks. Seaman with trips. Wants to start betting this around 1.6, 1.7 mil. Goes for 1.6. I say 1.6 because Sets up a really nice 5 million river jam. Such a brick rolls off the deuce of diamonds. I don't see any way Sarte can get away from this. He's too high up in his range and has played his hand this way. He's almost played it deceptively. Any draws that miss just shove now on the river. Maybe Sarte can get away from it, but I just don't see it against the chip leader. Let's find out. Does move all in. Sarte can have hands like tens and jacks here. The way he's played it. Tens and jacks would block some of the draws you would want Seaman to have. We can clearly see it doesn't matter because he doesn't have tens or jacks. Sarte deciding whether Seaman can be shoving worse than ace queen for value on this river. A hand like queen jack, queen 10. And then he unblocks all the bluffs such as jack 10, maybe jack 9 suited. Maybe Seaman is going for it on this river, trying to get jacks or tens to fold. Maybe a hand like eights or nines. Maybe some ace highs. Interesting to see what you think about this hand in the chat. If Sarte gets away from this, I would be quite impressed because the way this is played out, Seaman has checked back with a king on the flop. He's played it quite deceptively. And when he plays it that deceptively, it's very difficult for Sarte to get rid of such a stellar hand on this board. Wow, looks like he's going to fold. Intuition on point. Sarte makes a very, very good lay down there. In practice, that's going to be an awesome fold on this occasion. In theory, I'm not sure if that's a hand we want to put into the muck. 5 players with 30 bigs or below now. 2 players under 20. 2 players in the 40 big blind zone. Black with 71. And after that pot, Seaman Carey is still your chip leader with 25% of the chips in play, playing a whopping 84 big blinds, 42 million in chips. Word says, apart from the amount of chips, I don't see a clear favourite. I think that's a good observation. If Tony Ravnak gets a double up, you would have to put him as one of your favourites to take down this title after the year he's been having. But it is a wide open final table apart from the chip distribution. Joseph betting 1.25 million on the Queen 10-4. I would like to point out I don't like BM getting involved in this hand with Jack 10 offsuit to begin with. Put yourself in these sticky, tricky situations. Does check call. $2.25 million is the bet from Joseph on the turn. Would prefer to see him just check this one back. BM is going to connect with this board a lot. That's going to be a clear check back from Joseph. He just tossed his cards into the muck. Looked a little bit disgusted about that. That's the nerves kicking in. such a big moment for these 9 remaining hopefuls. Not every day you get the opportunity to play for €145,000 after battling your way through 3,300 and almost 3,356 entries. 9 remain. Victor with the best of it here on the 6-3-7 Jack Deuce. Is Tony going to try buy this pot? BM probably has range advantage here from the big blind connecting on the 6-3-7 Jack Deuce. So Tony's going to take that move away from being bluffed. He's going to do the bluffing himself. Gets an ace high type holding to fold the majority of the time. Victor might pick this one off for this sizing, but does not. And that is a well executed bluff by Tony. I didn't think that would work for such a small bet, but it looks so like he has to have a weak type pair. Tell you what, wouldn't have been a bad spot to raise with the ace of spades there on the river. It's just not really the way the hand played out to start repping the nut flush. We see a 3-bet from Victor to 3 million. From the cutoff, and Flack is going to call with his ace-queen offsuit. 7.25 million in this pot as we see the flop. The flop is 10-7 deuce. Richie says, Victor makes a good impression on you. He has played well. So far, so good. We didn't have him at the feature table that much the last few days. Does have over 111,000 in tournament live earnings. Not the biggest fan of 3-betting ace-8 offsuit from the cutoff against one of the chip leaders at the final table with 9 players still remaining. Flack bets 2 million now with 8 million behind. I would be inclined to see a turn card for this price. Keep our opponent honest. We can turn some equity. Our hand is just going to be too strong to go away for one small bet like this. But we must proceed with caution. Stack to pot ratio less than 1-1. Turn is the 5 of hearts. Now, you've 3-bet pre. You've got called. You've bet the flop. You've got called. You just have ace high. That 8 of spades. Block some draws you'd want your opponent to have, but it's not really there, is it, in this 3-bet pot? Is Victor going to shove this turn? Or does... Oh, he's looking. He's reaching. And he looks at his chips like that and counted them out. Okay, he's done it that way to deter his opponent from betting the river. Because it looks like he wants to bet the turn and then decides to check back. I'm not fully sure about that. Just a bit of a live tell. Usually when your opponent glances at their chips, they are going to bet. That's not a great river for Victor to bluff. Pairing the board. A lot harder to get hands like ace high to fold now, or middling pairs, and we block ace high considering we have ace high ourselves. Victor might just try to get the showdown and hopefully win against a hand, maybe like king queen suited, like king queen of spades. It's unlikely. Flack has a small pair, like 6s, 5s. Well, 5s will be a full house now. 6s, 4s, 3s. They would just go into the muck pre here. We block 8s. Our opponent could have 9s. Our opponent could have jacks. He could have a hand, like I said, queen, jack suited, queen, jack of spades, king, queen of spades. Victor just giving up at that point. Flack wins a really nice pot. Now playing 42 million. Very nice play by Flack, navigating his way to the river. I don't think Victor wants to continue on that river. Perhaps we would see him barrel off on a different run out. I guess we'll never know. Not the biggest fan of choosing that combo to 3-bet pre against the chip leader with 9 players still remaining. But you got to hand it to him. This kid's got moxie. As BC says, there's only one Luke Littler. biggest fan of opening King 8 offsuit, even if we are big. The ace queen taking down that one with the 3-bet. I prefer this open with the ace 6 of hearts. I just don't think that King 8 offsuit combo plays well. We can just let them ones go. Even if we're suited, I don't mind. But the offsuit combinations, just want to be putting those into the muck when we're in early position. Uncle Nick calling from the big blind with Queen 10 offsuit. Nick checking it over to cement. Bet 700k. And wins the pot. And there is going to be a long, genuine feeling out period for the opening frame or two in such a big event like this. A lot of players playing for the most amount of money they will have ever played for before. I see Banana Man in the chat. Didn't give him a shout out. Hello, Banana Man. Hi. Hello, homie. It's quite a deep final table. Adrenaline will be running high. Hopefully, they have slept well, got some good breakfast, called their therapist, whatever is clever for them. Call your kids, call your wife. Because we playing for €145,000 today. But they're going to be running on empty as much as they're running on adrenaline. Like I always talk about on this channel, you can only make so many good decisions in a day. And there were so many day ones in this Wolf Millionaire. You don't know how long they've been playing for. Got to just remain composed and chilled out. Every decision mattering so much. Sarte, the clear short stack at this final table, finds ace, king of hearts, and shoves all in from the hijack. Flack has a lovely hand, jack 10 suited, but I don't know if he wants to go gambling with it in this exact dynamic. Just lets it go. 5 bigs or less, I'd start calling there. 7.7, pricing him out. Sarte would be happy to pick up those blinds and antes. Small blind just shoves on the big blind. I said he was the clear short stack there, shoving 7.7 with ace king of hearts, but you can see there's a couple of shorties now, sub 15 bigs. It's just going to be all in violence here from the chip leader. Victor has woken up though. Ace queen off suit. Very unfortunate here for Seaman running into ace king jack 9 is the flop. 3 needed. 10 spades. Gives Seaman the nut flush draw. 22% equity to eliminate Victor, or Victor's going to have 16 million in chips. It's the 5 of diamonds. It's never easy, but Victor Cajon gets over the line. Is now playing a healthy stack of over 30 big blinds. For stacks under 20 bigs, Nick, Alpi, Sarte, and Joseph. Victor Pajon after that big double up, 32 big blinds. Tony Ravnak with 45, BM with 54. Two men now at 70, and that puts Igor Flack back in the pole position with 42 million in chips, a whopping 84 big blinds. If you're just tuning in, it's the final table of the €350 buy-in to Wolf Millionaire No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Roswell. Seaman betting with Queen 3 of diamonds. Just straight draw for Tony on the 10, 5, 3, 2 diamond flop. Turn is the ace of diamonds. We've got action up here now for Tony, but it gives Seaman the nut, well, the second nut push. Le Fleuche. Bet at 2.2 million. Tony's going to have to call this one. Even could just be barreling off, try to get a 5 or 3 to fold. Maybe even a 10 by the river. That's a horrific card for Tony. That 4 clubs is a nightmare. But it's music to Siemens' ears. Very nasty river. Nearly 10 million in this pot. How large does Seaman want to go? Any deuce makes a straight. I'd be sizing up, not down, as the chip leader. Something around 7 million sounds nice to me. Like close to pot. 7.5 million. Wow. Goes for that exact sizing. Yeah, there's just no way Tony can get away from this. Gets the bad news. Only going to have 21 big blinds left, 10.4 million. And as for Seaman, he's up near 50, 47.525 million. Just not a hand he can get away from when he's hit the straight on the river, turning top pair to boot. Very unfortunate. Seaman is the overwhelming chip leader now. Oh, it's Southside Ronnie. Says, what a setup hand. He's betting pot. I will be betting 7 to 8 or over bet. Yeah, we were both on same line of thinking there. He went for 7.5. Did call very, very quickly. This Seaman is not the kind of guy you will be folding to on that run out. If he's got a flush, he's got a flush. How are you keeping Southside Ronnie? What's been happening? Ace Queen been rising. PM in the small blind with ace king off suit. And when he's playing over 50 big blinds, wants to make this somewhere around 4x out of position. 4.2, 4.5 million sounds good to me. We could even make it 5 million here. $5 million even sounds fine against the chip leader. Let's go for 4.25. They go anywhere up to 5 million, no lower than 4. So this is fine. It's a great sizing. Perhaps 5 million, full 5x is a little bit too much at this final table. Not a bad beats happening Southside Ronnie, it looks like. Unlucky, but this pot with 9.5 million as we see the flop of 6-6 deuce. Paired board. Seaman does have the ace of spades. DM wants to bet somewhere around 1/3 pot to a quarter pot. Quarter pot to 1/3, maybe 3.5 million. We could even go smaller, like 2.5, 2.7, 2.8. He's gone even smaller than that again. Nearly, actually, this is tiny, 1.7. That's not a card that Seaman's going to fold turn on. See spades rolling off. That's the card that BM has to start thinking about checking now. Damn, he's going to go for a bet at 2 million. These tiny sizings on flop and turn on this board indicates significant strength from BM. Romps home on the river here for Seaman. Running very, very well in the opening proceedings of this final table. Checks over. Now with these tiny sizings, really indicates an overpair. An overpair that doesn't have a spade once he checks the river. So therefore, I don't think we want to use a super large sizing on this river. And I think with 16.9 million in this pot, somewhere around 6 million, 6.5 million seems like a good sizing to choose. Try to get value from an overpair. An overpair, I mean something like, suppose Jacks has now river to full house. The jacks wouldn't be checking this river. So a hand like tens, nines, eights. I don't think sevens, sixes, and fives. Well, sixes will be quads. I don't think the smaller pairs like sevens, fives, fours would be three betting pre. So this is a hand like eights, nines, tens. Yes, very good, Seaman. He's gone for the sizing I suggested. I said around 6 million. He's gone for 5.5. Queens, of course. The reason I didn't say Queens, Ronnie, is that Seaman has ace queen, so he blocks Queens considerably. It doesn't mean that it's not in BM's range. It's just a hell of a lot less likely. I wouldn't be shocked to see BM pay this off, but he can't really beat much. Just a bluff catcher with 22.4 million. Seaman really trying to go to value town. I think we just have to fold. We can't beat much. It's an easy fold, surely. Just let it go. Ronnie says it's an easy fold as well. But man, I'm telling you, you haven't been here the last few days, Ronnie. Guys are going crazy with the river calls in a few spots. We've seen it all in this event, especially on Sunday night. Let's just say limping was contagious. Shoving was contagious. It seems like even the bluffs get there, Ronnie, doesn't it? There's nothing the ace king can beat, really. Maybe a hand like ace 10 that's now turned itself into a bluff. I just don't even see it. No, it's just got to be pretty much an insta fold. I wouldn't have been shocked to see someone call there. But when you break it down, you are beating nothing. And he just put his hand into the muck. He even loses to ace king. Yeah. We've got action. BM raises. Sarte shoves. And now the action is on Alfie with pocket nines. Big decision for his tournament life. But he has Sarte covered. But it is a big decision. Nonetheless, I'm not sure what we're supposed to do with pocket nines here. Definitely not folding tens or jacks. Eights and nines, different story. Nines aside to call. Too much hand. And we finally have our first all in and call at the final table. Ace Queen for Sarte, albeit with pocket nines. Sarte, the at-risk player, 10 million in this pot. It is ace, ace, 10. A 9 needed and a 9 only for Alpi as we hit the top. Just one out in the deck for Alpi as we hit the river. But it is the deuce of hearts. Sarte now playing 17 big blinds and Alpi down to 2.5. Ronnie says he just said if he doesn't call with nines, he is going to call with 8, 9 of hearts. He's unlucky. Everyone has to be very cautious now. With a 2.5 big blind stack still in play. Just raised to 1.2 million. Round to the big blind. Flack. I don't think Flack should be completing in the big, and he doesn't with the Jack 7 offsuit. Tony would have liked action on that occasion, but will have to be satisfied with taking down the blinds and antes. BM raising to 1.25 million with the 10-9 of clubs. Flack calling in the small blind with King Queen offsuit. And this opens the door for the chip leader, who's played very well so far. Granted, the deck has been forever in his favour. Long way to go yet. Siemens going to seize the opportunity. Takes down a very nice pot. Uncontested. Now playing 100 bigs with the small blind being 300k. Big blind 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. That's a lovely squeeze. Squeeze me, honey, honey, squeeze me. 100 bigs for Seaman, 66 for Flack, BM with 29, Victor with 26, Tony with 19, Sarte with 17, Uncle Nick with 11, Joseph with 8, and Alpi running on life support, playing a mere 2 big blinds. Still 9-handed, all players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €9,300. Let's not forget, top 6 all going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place in about a month's time. That series is going to be massive. There was 15 bracelet events last year. 15 million in guarantees. It's 20 million in guarantees this year. And the main event champion in the 10k taking home a whopping 1.5 million last year. The biggest event in Europe on the yearly calendar. Sarte with 17 bigs. Gonna min raise with the ace-10 of spades. Flack with ace queen. Wants to three bet this one the majority of the time. Sometimes he might just flat. I would prefer to flat if we were suited. Plays really nice as a three bet candidate. Action back on Sarte. And with a two big blind stack, he's just going to be forced to fold. He might even have to fold ace jack and ace queen in this exact scenario. And he does let it go, and Flack will win the pot. Back to 42,070,000 big blinds. And the sevens are just going to bet on that pair. Nice pickup for the sevens, betting on the queen, queen three. Rounds of black in the hijack. friends used to call him Hijack Flack. Overwhelming chip leader with the GG top. I did mention that he only has 10K in tournament live earnings. I don't know if that tells the full story from Seaman. His sizings have been very good. Perhaps he is a cash game player. Maybe somebody could let me know in the chat. Round to Tony in the small blind with Jack 9 off suit. Completes his option. BM checks 8-3 of clubs. Ace 4 Queen is the flop. Richie is off to the dentist for his dentures. All right, man. Take care. Talk to you soon. Tony takes that one down with a small bet. Yuri says the 5 big blind guy has a messed up spot because of the 2 big blind guy. Yeah, it is getting very squeaky bum time underpants stuff out there. Alpi is all in for 2 big blinds. Welcome, Yuri. Flack has King, Queen of Hearts. Alpi has no choice but to go all in. He's going to be in the blinds the following hand, and Jack 10 off suit is going to be better than your average hand. It's nicely connected. He could shove anything up to about 5 big blinds there. I think maybe 3 or 4 is the cutoff with the Jack 10 into a full table. We do see an all in the call. Flack flops top pair. I'll be in a lot of trouble as we hit the turn. He looks very dejected. Not much he could have done with those nines. Maybe you could make an argument for folding nines in that exact scenario, facing an open and a jam. But I wouldn't be too hard on him. You can fold sevens, sixes, and eights, nines, and tens. We have to start considering going for it. He did go for it. Was unlucky with the nines. Gets the last was ready's in with the jack 10. And we do have our first elimination at the final table. Well played, Alpi. Unlucky in the end. GG, sir. He takes home the guts of 10 grand for his efforts. And 8 players remaining now. Eight players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €13,300. Stratos is in the house, says the melodic tones of the Nightingale Dan. Thank you for your comments, Stratos. I hope you're keeping well. Joseph all in for 5.2 bigs with the King Queen off suit. We're on to Uncle Nick, who's playing 10 bigs himself. Which gets the blinds and antes too, now playing 7.7. We've started with 12. Uncle Nick with 9. Joseph with 8. Tony with 19. Victor with 23. BM with 30. All the chips belonging to Seaman with 100 big blinds, and Flack in second place, firmly in second place, with 77 big blinds. Guardian Angel says, I am lazy to look it up. What was the guarantee of this tourney? €1,000,000. It says it there right on your screen at these amazing graphics. The Wolf Millionaire. €1,000,000. Not bad from a €350 buy-in, if I do say so myself. We've got action. Seaman raising to 1.2 million from under the gun. Joseph all in with the ace queen. We'll get the bad news. $10.7 million in this pot. Jack, Jack, 3. No help to Joseph needing an ace. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Ace and an ace only on the river, or we have 2 eliminations back to back. It is the 5 of hearts. It just doesn't feel like Seaman was going to lose that hand, and he didn't. Joseph is out of here in 8th place. Well done, sir. Unlucky. Good game. Taking home €13,300 for his efforts. 7 players remaining now, and that means we are on a big bubble for the 10K tickets to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €18,300. Flack in the small blind. Bit unfortunate that these two are right beside each other. Well, unfortunate for Flack having Seaman in the big beside him, having positional advantage on Flack for this final table. Seaman takes that one down. As Stratus says, guaranteed was a wolf or a million if the wolf could not be caught. Uncle Nick is all in from the cutoff. 8.8 big blinds total. Flack with ace 8 of hearts. This is close for Flack. We're definitely folding ace 6 and ace 7 suited. I think we might call ace 9 suited plus. Ace 8 suited could call against a loose, aggressive, kind of a shovey player, but against Uncle Nick has been quite tight. I'm not messing around with cards. I would prefer to see a fold than a call here, especially when there is a 10K ticket on the line. The difference between 7th and 6th place is from €18,300 to €24,100. So it's nearly a 6 grand difference. But there's also a 10k ticket. So it's a €16,000 difference between 7th and 6th place. And Flack has been so good with his decision making getting to this FT. We had him at our feature for a lot of the day yesterday for a 13-hour stream, and that is a great discipline fold there from Gregor Flack. Nice pickup for Uncle Nick. I'm pretty sure he showed. Ten deuce suited. Takes down the blinds and antes. And if the 10 deuce suited was an open from the button, 7-5 of hearts surely going to be an open from the cutoff. CM decides to defend from the small with ace 8 of diamonds. Flops well on 5, 4, 3, 2 diamond flop. Check, check. Comes the jack of diamonds. BM wants to start leading now. Goes lead. You can't win every single goddamn hand, Seaman Carey. Only decides to straight up jam 17 bigs. Actually, moving in 3 stacks. So the effective stack is 10 big blinds because 17 bigs would be far too many. Nice pickup for Tony. Bring 7 of clubs opening. Ticket bubble indeed. Bird, massive difference between 7th and 6th place. average stack. Still almost 40 big blinds. A testament to how great these structures are at Kings with a 70-minute clock. Uncle Nick shoves for 8.8 big blinds total. It's going to be 6.8 big blinds more for BM to call. This is getting dangerously close to being in the territory of having too strong of a hand to let this one go. Uncle Nick isn't going to be rejamming that wide. He's going to have a very condensed range. So King 9 suited might not play too well against that condensed shoving range, especially when we are on the ticket bubble. It is 4 million more for him to call. I'm not sure what BM is supposed to do. Big blind or two less, we're calling. Any more, we're folding. Would you be calling or folding? Let me know in the chat. All vote now. Saint B says fold. I think fold is correct. Or it says break incoming. Still about 20 minutes away before break, as far as I know. With the end of this level. And just as well because I need a heavy dose of protein. From Victor. The ace 8. PM min raising from under the gun with Jack 9 offsuit, and I am not a fan of this at all. Black gets the 3-bet through with the ace queen once more. Argonaut says he likes the color of that of the pink chip. Men raising from the hijack with 10-5 of spades. PM calling from the small with ace-6 suited. King 9-6 is the flop. All Seaman has to do is bet 1.2 million here and take it down. Goes for a slightly larger sizing of 1.8 million. Job done. Yeah, we can't actually. I said 1.2, but half pots. Those are the half pots better with the two hearts on board and straight draws, etc. We've backdoor spades working for us. We have the 10 of spades, blocks some straight draws, unblocks hearts. This is just pure savagery with the 7-3 offsuit, knowing that nobody can do much about it, given the dynamic and the €16,000 pay jump between 7th and 6th place. Sarte with 7 bigs in the small blind. Too much has to take a stand here. It's going to be too much hand. So it's 5.6 big blinds more for Seaman. So he can just let it go. He might have to call up to 6 big blinds there when we've put in 2. Yeah, we're going to have to call about 4 bigs more. I think anything over that then just prices us out. Goes open the 7-3, folds the 9-5. We believe the reason he opened the 7-3 is he's targeting Nick's big blind, who's going to play pretty honestly against the under the gun open. Blocking the big, king 7 of clubs. Should be defending this one. Fold the off suited combo. Decides to just straight up savagery and shove. 3 more hands before the break. Really like that jam with the King 7 suited. Thought we might just see him calling the big. Slajo with the funny avatar. Nice to have you with us. Uncle Nick finds a jammable pocket nines for 11 on the button. He did show the pocket nines, Argonaut. 2 hands remaining before the break. Blackman raises and takes that one down. Last hand before the break, gang. We've been live for nearly 3 hours now. We've had 2 eliminations. It's been a fun, entertaining opening few frames where they have been feeling each other out. A couple of short stacks, 2 very large stacks, and 1 or 2 middling stacks is the way we are looking, with an 18,000, well, at least 16,000 euro difference between 7th and 6th place. Average stack, still 40 big blinds. It is all to play for. So much ICM considerations. Raise from the button, incoming. And Tony is going to have too big of a hand to fold here. It kind of sucks for Tony calling with ace jack, but it's just going to be too strong. There's a couple of shorter stacks than him. The issue with calling here is Steven's going to have a lot of random holdings. That means they will have 2 live cards against Tony's ace jack. He does call, knows it's just going to be too strong. This is a big moment for both players involved. We're either going to be going 6-handed into the break, or Tony's going to double up to 17.6 million. Queen 9-8 is the flop. Fantastic start for King Queen. It's not over yet. The turn is the 5 of diamonds. Tony needing an ace or a 10 on the river. Seaman has been running so pure. And it continues that way. We lose Tony Ravnak in 7th place. The bubble has been burst. All remaining players guaranteed 10,000 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Seaman is the overwhelming chip leader. We are going on a break and coming back with 6-handed action. You don't want to miss this. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Going about it very subtly as well, isn't he? There's no like, I don't know, forced aggression or anything like that. Just very, incognito sort of situation, no?
Yeah. It's a skill in itself to use this psychology to your advantage.
Relax.
I'm all in.
Wow.
All in.
Wow.
Everything. I'm relaxed. Now I'm relaxed. All in.
Oh.
Everything. All in. He said
Can't fold
relax,
this,
I
bro.
say all in.
This is crazy. If you can see, if
It's
we
not
saw
that
Ace
bad.
Queen folded previously,
Hold
I
me
severely
tight.
doubt it's going to be folded in this exact situation again.
Well,
You
they're
have
in the
me
money
tight,
now,
you have me
and
tight. Ma
we're
è il
5-handed,
momento proprio giusto.
and
Ma
there's
vieni o non
been
vieni?
several more whiskies
Arrivederci.
dropped over to the
Yeah.
table since. Lots of apple juice.
You have another one time left.
So-
Nothing left.
What did they say about ICM and it being a load of
Mamma
BS
mia, cosa ce l'hai?
for the rich?
Asso 7, asso 8.
ICM for the poor only?
10, cosa
Yeah,
ce
yeah,
l'hai?
yeah.
Ma non
How
ti
bad do you want it?
interessa.
This,
It's all in
for
now.
my money, is just going to be too good of a hand against Leon in this exact scenario to fold.
Cosa guardi? Guardi
Put it into a
100.000,
calculator all you want.
500.000? La differenza guardi. E vai allora.
Does call.
Apre la porta. Bravo, sei bravo. Perché non potevi dare? Io c'ho poco bello. Sono contento per te.
There was
Doppia,
two shorter
doppia.
stacks.
Doppia,
I wouldn't be
doppia.
surprised if you put that into
Però
a
dopo
calculator and
sarò
it said the
attento.
ace queen suited was a fold.
Dopo sarò attento, perché questo qua non
But that's
potrà
against
fare il quarto posto.
A certain range.
You'll
You
see.
don't know what Leon is capable of.
I was thinking.
Ma cosa hai pensato?
On this occasion, Piccielli is dominating.
Era
either
due.
have big hand or nothing or Queen high is good sometimes.
Fai 6
8, 7,
e
4.
5. 6, 5. 6 and 5. 6 and 5.
I wouldn't be feeling too confident here against Leon.
Yeah.
Gotta be now. Just has to avoid a king of kings.
Ha vinto veramente.
The Kings of
sei un
Leon.
grande,
It
sei
is
un
the Tree of
grande,
Hearts.
Bravo, sei un grande. Doppia si chiama questo. Doppia.
Dolce di fila, certo.
It's fair game for poker, 3 options. Sometimes just 3 options. Some games you can do like more option, raise, re-raise, something.
Blom
Fourth option.
with two black ladies under the gun here, min raising.
Like Sweden here, called country. Victor, don't look at me. Come on. Too Too strong.
Oh dear. We've got action.
Oh dear.
Piccieri. Two black bad boys in the cutoff. The Pocket Rockets. Small 3-bet incoming.
Uh-oh.
265.
Uh-oh. Bleib sitzen. Warum spielst du so viel Hände? Warum spielst du so viel Hände?
So viele.
So viele Hände. Mit deinem Steak so viele Hände, bleib sitzen.
Solo juego con
Hör
ases.
mich, wenn gerätst du eine
Does go all in.
Platz.
Does get called. Blom
Wieso?
gets the bad news. Piccieri up out of his seat when it should be Isildur, the one standing up.
Ich verstehe, aber
There's 21% equity to remain in this tournament with 8 remaining at the moment. 2 away from the money. Piccieri, a 4-1 favourite to eliminate
di essere miliardari.
the beast that is Isildur.
E sei nervoso di questo?
Un po' sì.
No, mamma,
Voglio vincere.
hai vinto.
Speriamo.
Hai vinto e basta. Non c'è da
10-10-5
parlare,
is
hai
the
vinto
flop.
e basta. Dico, non c'è da parlare, hai vinto e basta. Ma che sei nervoso? Con 2 assi. Quello nervoso con 2 assi. Niente da essere
Turn is a
nervoso.
6.
Non c'è.
Red Lady of the Night needed on this river,
Relax.
or we will have another elimination.
Jetzt ist Bubble Boy. Was machst du Aktion?
River is a king. Close but no cigar in between the queen and the ace.
Cover you?
Ho detto niente da essere nervoso. To be the first, it's not money, you know. Money doesn't make me happy at all. It's just like you get so close, you get heads up, and then, and not like with you, like you're a huge chip leader. Okay, I understand, I accept it. But we were kind of even, and then I lost. You know, it was incredible. I took a little bit of money for second place, but it doesn't replace even a jet. 14.5 hours of jet, you know, is
Uh-oh. Attack on the button here with the aces. Zhu with the ace king. Foxton, the original opener with pocket fives in the hijack. We've got action. This is
I'm
a
so
very
happy not to be in
big,
this
cooler
hand.
situation here for
Terrible
Zhu.
Ui. Cazzo, questo è bruttissimo, mano. Tutti dentro, sai? Vedi, quello lì, quello là, incredibile. Pass.
So Zhu all in, Foxton out of the way. The trap was set
non stare là dentro.
to precision. Although nothing Zhu can do, of course. All attack has to do is click call. And we might have this bubble be burst unless Zhu gets lucky with his ace king offsuit against the aces.
Se ce l'hai qualche cosa, con paura lo metti 2 jack. Con cosa lo metti?
Con Jack Jack pure non è Jack Jack
E che fai?
insomma,
Che fai?
fold. In qua quasi. Ora no.
Jack 3 deuce is the flop. It's not looking good. Turn is a deuce. And that is all she wrote. Zhu has been eliminated in
Thank you.
7th place.
Thank you, bye-bye.
That means all 6 remaining
Thank you for
players
the money.
guaranteed at least
You in the money.
65,000 euro.
You in the money.
Yeah.
Can't be giving away his game, but yeah,
I
some of this
remember
table
when I
talk
used to
reminds me of some
Straddle
Irish
on
players
those
for
tournaments.
sure.
Yeah,
And of course,
I getcha.
Tony G, Cabral.
I just called this time. Dangerous. Dangerous. Pericoloso.
Pericolo. In Harry Potter Yeah, periculum is incantesimo, un incantesimo. Periculum.
Io sono pericoloso. Serve la carta, però.
No pair, no draw, says long office day. Looks like I've missed a fun day. You're just in time, really. Bubble has just been burst. A lot of fun table talk. Come on in, the water's lovely. There's a few sharks in the water, mate, but a lot of splashy pots taking place nonetheless. Mainly because of one man and one man only. Leon.
Fall. You look like you can double me up because you have this stake, I have this stake.
If you do it opposite way, it will be better.
Yes, this way.
Opposite.
I'm just asking. I don't know opposite, positive, opposite. I'm just asking. Can you double me up? Yes or no? I go 650, 650, 650. You know, 650, 50 and 6 behind. You see, 3 and 3 makes it 60. 650.
This is brilliant.
This is a huge bet. And
650.
Isu wants to stack off with just a flush draw.
Everything. Alice. Everything. What do you have?
6, 7.
Surzat just wants to stack off here.
I have nothing. He has everything. Okay, give me a 5 of hearts.
60-40 for
Five of
Leon.
hearts. I need a 5 of hearts.
Pretty big stack off here, Al.
5 of hearts, please. 5 of hearts.
1.9 million in this pot.
5 di cuore mi serve. 5 di cuore per farlo male, sai? Perché questo va al colore. Con niente se n'è andato dentro. Io ho 2 coppie. Che devo fare io? Una. No, 5 of hearts.
Turn is an 8. An amazing card for Hisu.
9 of hearts.
No, 5 di cuore. No.
Hisu with 14 outs as we hit the river.
5.
Oh wow, it is the 5 of hearts. Gives Leon the full house.
Mamma mia, 5 di cuore. Mamma mia, hai visto? L'ho chiamato
Oh
io.
wow.
Bravo, man.
I called it. I
Absolute
said 5
scenes.
of hearts, 5 di cuore. I said 5 of hearts, please, for me. And it came. Okay. You see that?
Leon has eliminated a very tough opponent in Surzat Hisu. We are now playing 5-handed.
Mamma mia. E mi è arrivato, scusa, oh, straniero.
And obviously that's going back quite a few years. But, had passion at that point for poker, but was very, very bad compared to now, which is completely normal. But for sure, through TV programs and just TV coverage, man, would have, came across him before. But there's many, many clips from this man in that time frame of full tilt poker, high stakes games, heads up battles and stuff like that. Sicko.
Surzat is a sicko as well. So the new players at the table, Tax Sally, €278,000 in total live earnings. I don't know how much Isildur has won. His tournament live earnings wouldn't tell the full story, to put it mildly.
In that example, yeah.
And Surzat with 3.3 million in live earnings, and Samuel with over 3 million. So most players at this table have won multiple millions at the great game of No Limit Hold'em. Tom Bedell as well, 3.5 million. I believe that's all the new players at this FT. It is funny that I asked, was he before your time, and you're only 31 years old.
Yeah.
And I'm 34, and that is mad the way that extra few years makes such a big difference.
A lot can happen in a year, bro, to be fair.
A lot can happen if you're Isildur in a year.
Defo.
This guy's an absolute superstar. Bom dia, indeed.
I believe so. Yeah.
Hello to everyone tuning in on the chat.
Thank you.
What a Tuesday evening we have in store. 2 pair here for Foxen. Has been running very good, it has to be said, although if he was running pure, he wouldn't have lost that hand against the A7 of Leon.
True.
He also could have lost that pot. I'm all for them chopping it up. At least we have Leon at the FT with a really decent stack. So I'm going to call.
Questo posto è buono, vedi tutto, a te non ti vede nessuno, a mezzo tavolo non ti vede. Qua sono
He looks
peggior posto è
very focused indeed. We haven't seen him for quite some time.
E tu per guardare
Now,
da là,
I just mean at Kings or on the live circuit, maybe
qua lui non ti vede.
he's part of the furniture somewhere else.
Sì, che fai? Ti nascondi? Ti nascondi?
Questo qua è pericoloso.
Certo.
That looks like a very large bet.
Poi un grande giocatore.
Very polarizing.
Blom's not going to be able to fold just yet.
Con questo si può
Big this
giocare.
pot then.
Ogni tanto gioca
Massive pot, 1.8 million as we hit the river.
No, questo sì.
I guess he's making it this big on the turn here, Alan, so he can shove on the river
Yep.
on pretty much
Primarily.
any blank anyway. And there you go. That's a blank if I ever did see one. 5 of spades. Rolling off. Not a club, not a straight card. Unless you had 4-7 somehow.
Yeah.
Or the 2-4, of course. I just don't think they're in his range. So clear cut jam now for Foxen, I would imagine. Sizing up on the turn to be able to shove this river for stack the pot ratio of 1-1.
$1.285.
Well, it doesn't go for the lot, but still a massive bet nonetheless. 1.285 million has been declared.
Just a bluff catcher here for Victor, isn't it? Unfortunately, and again, blocking Jack 10, Ace 10 if it went first, 9-10 if it went first. Probably not the best blocker here with some of the potential bluffs that Foxen could have here. It was multi-way on the flop as well, which is something to take into account here. He does get out of the way. I'm happy enough with that.
We would want our opponent to have a 10 in their hand for some additional straight draws that could be continuing to fire.
Did you know that 98% of people on Earth don't know what the word flop means? If you do, you're officially in the top 2%. Come catch some flops at King's Resort, where real poker stories begin.
Alrighty, guys, welcome back after the break. Looks like I'm after missing one hand there. What happened? What was the heartbreaking card? If you're just tuning in, six-handed action from the Wolf Millionaire main event. Final table. Maybe you were on about the heartbreaking card before the break. 24,100 euro is the current payout. Yellow chips are now in play. They are 1 million each. It was a hand during the break. Brilliant. At least I didn't miss anything. Trying to sprint back after eating my dinner. I did have a good dinner. Today it was liver, mushroom, and onions. And a small bit of mashed potato and veg. For good measure. BM feels like he is compelled to call this one. This is a huge moment for both players involved. Sarte with the ace-9, BM with the king-queen, 14.8 million in the pot. BM has Sarte covered. Sarte sauce. 55% equity with the ace-9, king-queen 45. Pretty close to a coin flip this one. Ooh, that beer looks nice. It does come 8-6-6. Good start for Sarte. Turn is the jack of diamonds. King or queen needed on the river. But it's another jack. Sarte now playing 19 bigs. BM is down to 8. Sarte has been very patient and has got rewarded. Word wants to know if fist bumps are mandatory. They can be, but they can get very annoying, those fist bumps. Once is enough. You see the ace king being rejammed by Uncle Nick, taking that one down. Even staying active with 100 bigs, with the small blind 400k, big blind 800k, with an 800k running big blind ante to put significant pressure on the shorter stacks and allow the bigger stacks to take advantage of that pressure. And Victor's turn to rejam with the ace king. He takes that one down as well. Pair of queens on the turn now for Black blind, be blind action. Queen 7 against 8-6 on the king 6-9 queen board. Two flush draws out there, and the straight draws. Small bet from Flack. Quick call from Seaman. MWCS says exclamation WSOP. You can find out all the information about the World Series of Poker Europe on the King's Resort website. Seaman shows from the small into Victor in the big. 14 bigs for Victor. Don't think his ace is going to be strong enough for 14 bigs, but it's closer than you think. I'm not entirely sure what the exact calling range is here in this exact dynamic. Surely we are calling ace 9 offsuit and ace 8 suited. Ace 6, ace 7, and ace 8 offsuit combinations. We can find a fold. Not exactly entirely sure. Let me know what you think about that one in the chat. Any ICM wizards about? Any ICM wizards about? You're you're a wizard, Harry. You're a wizard. I think that ace 7 is a good fold. There's a 12 big blind stack. There's an 8 big blind stack. Just want to be a pip or two higher, preferably suited. Yep, and Sap says, Dan, you right, mate. Are you asking me, am I all right? Or are you telling me I'm right? Two very, very different things. It was a Harry Potter reference using the impression of Hagrid in case anyone didn't get it. I'll get my coat. That's what you said. You right, mate. Well, you wouldn't know your bogan slang. Even shoving from the button into BM. I'm fairly sure I'm right about those ranges, but with these kind of payouts, it's definitely not going to be on the looser side of things that you want to be calling off blind v blind. I would say it's going to be tighter than what I think, if anything. Years of being too loose and wanting to gamble blind v blind, I've learned over time. Yeah, but Snap says he takes offense to bogan. I'm what they call a cash up bogan. It's different. Well, I would hate to offend you, Yappa Snap, one of my favorite geezers to talk to in the chat. Top 10 for sure. You got decent bloke, mate. Maybe he was thinking ace 10 off in that spot, but ace 9 off could be as well. Well, I was saying, I did say ace 9 off. I think ace 9 suited, definitely. And ace 10 off, definitely. I'm folding ace 6 and ace 7 suited for sure. Ace 8 suited, it starts to get, yeah, a bit squirrely. Maybe ace 8 suited is a fold, and it's ace 9 suited, ace 10 offsuit. I can't use a calculator or some ICMizers whilst I'm commentating. I would like to know the answer to that question, and I can review it at a later date, like I say every time. And then I go into my own world, staying online and whatnot, and have my own hands to review, and I don't really get back to the king's hands that I should be marking. Use Yappa Snaps. We'll let you off this once, but please use my very good, well-mannered behaviour as a guide. Are we unaware there's someone sitting there with 6 bigs? It was 8 and 12. It was 8 and 12, and we had 14. But they showed the leaderboard the following hand, and now he has 6 because the blinds have hit him. Hit him with a little ghetto gospel. Starte with the 10-9 of diamonds. Man is going to bet 2 million with the intention of checking back on a lot of rivers. We'll get value from some straight draws, some push draws, maybe some 5x. $10.4 million in this pot. Stack to pot ratio less than 1 to 1. Starte trip 10s, a 4 spades. Not a great river for your trips. Completes straight and flush draws. You can call me crazy or you can call me out. But with 7-5 there, would be some spot to shove as a bluff to get a 10 to fold. But you would want to be deeper to make that work. Just going to throw it out there as a gangster move. Ron Corleone has joined the channel on this, the day of the final 12th Millionaire final table. For you today, I offer you this wolf as a gift. St. B says I'm a wizard. Why am I a wizard? Did I get the calculations right? ECW says Dan had dinner at the pub, I think. Well, I'd be some man to try get to the pub and back in 17 minutes. I'm off all sugars 9 days now. And have you ever tried to get drunk with no sugars? It's like washing your feet with your socks on. St. B says I'm a wizard because of the voiceovers. Brilliant. Got to get your kicks while you can. Back 3 bets to 7 million. Are you not entertained? Action back on Sarte, who has a monster in this scenario. King 10 suited from the button. We're facing this kind of action. Hope for him to continue when there are 3 shorter stacks. What a sexy 4-bet rip from Sarte. Lovely. Says FU to ICM. Throws caution to the wind. 4-bet rips. A very nice play there from Sarte. I'm a big fan. Chances that one of the bigger stacks are calling there is fairly slim. But at the same time, you got to put your balls out on the table and 4-bet rip. Stick it in and think of Ireland. Hope for the best. Prepare for the worst. Victor shoving 14 bigs with pocket 10s from under the gun. 6-handed. Going to be tough to fold a hand as strong as pocket 9s, but I tell you one thing, we're not loving it here. Remember, there's 3 shorter stacks. I actually think computer says no. We're forced to put 9s into the muck. This is a 10s plus sort of a situation. Maybe even jacks plus. Either that or I'm becoming a super nit in my old age. You still have to fold a hand as strong as 9s. He's going to call. Knows he's going to be flipping against ace queen, ace king. Nines against 10s. Queen 4-4 is the flop. 9. But it is a 10. And 2 hands back to back where Flack loses 14 bigs and 8 bigs 14 plus 8 is 22. Quick maths. He has just lost about 40% of his stack. That's a massive moment for Victor. Tens in that exact spot. Probably just shoved. But I reckon that's one where you could just min raise, because if there's significant action behind you, you can just get rid of your pocket tens. When you shove and get called, you're usually going to be dominated. Now, obviously, he was called with pocket nines on that occasion, but in general, I think tens might just be too good there just to jam. We don't want to be raised folding, but if there's loads of all-ins behind us or loads of action, we can easily just get rid of our pocket tens. Three shorter stacks. Tens might just be best as jamming. I really don't know. 15 plus, we have to no longer jam. We could shove like 12 bigs, but with 14 there, I just want to sneak in a min raise. Let me know what you think about that one in the chat. Seaman knows that Flack is frustrated, losing some big pots. Is going to attack with that knowledge. Nine, seven, seven, two spades. I still think this is a bit too savage from Seaman. There's just so many other spots he can take. Doesn't really need to take the 10-3 suited from the small blind against Flack, who is definitely going to be slightly tilted after losing a considerable portion of his stack in the last orbit. There's two ways of looking at that. You've got your opponent who's a bit disgruntled. But that means they're not going to go quietly into the night. And you are going to be out of position. And we don't have any blocker. The 10-3 just plays poor, even if it is suited. Just decides to not beat around the bush and go for the lot. Three bet to 5 million from the chip leader, putting the pressure back on Flack once again. I might have just let that King 4 suited go after taking down the previous hand. Victor raises to 1.6 million with the pocket sevens around to Sarte. King, Queen of Diamonds. Does he want to call or three bet? Probably just call given this dynamic and the few short stacks. This is a really nice opportunity for Uncle Nick to shove with pocket tens from the big blind. I just noticed that he has a Labubu as his card protector. No! Nick is just going to flick it in. Uncle Nick should be shoving here all the time. It might pay dividends for him now against the pocket sevens. Nick with an overpair. Victor with an overpair. Sarte coming up short. Victor calls. Victor only has 20% equity. And suddenly Uncle Nick, another short stack, is going to double up. Here's the king of spades. Victor very unlucky here to not be ahead. Docking enough to see pocket tens in that exact scenario. He could be up against a 5x hand that decides to jam a 6, maybe even a 4, a combo draw. Well, another shorty doubles. Sarte. 4 betting here from the button. Uncle Nick getting brave with a small 3 bet. Has got put in his place by Sarte. It's a good 3 bet by Nick. Unlucky to run into pocket 10s. Sarte has to be tight enough with his 4 bet ripping into Nick there. Victor, who finds himself with 16 bigs. Two black mamacitas. Victor has played very well at this final table, but even though there is a tiny stack remaining, queens are just going to be too good of a hand. I don't think he wants to be ripping with queens. I say ripping. He's put in 5 million. He's committing himself. Snap says, very aggressive flop. Reveal boys, deal it. Flip stoves, cards quick, and somebody forgets there's pancakes on the stove. Pancakes on the stove. Seaman with 83 bigs. Flack with 45. Sarte with 44. And then Victor 19. Uncle with 15. And BM with 3. So 3 players under 20 bigs, 2 players in that middle 40 big blind zone, and Seaman out in front with 83. This is the new independent dealer model, the IDM. Argonaut says, unfortunately, at 3 big blinds, you don't have much fold equity. No. Not even against the big blind, because they have their big blind invested and their big blind ante. I don't know how tight the big blind has to call there, but I would assume it's somewhere in the region of pocket 10s, pocket 9s. I'm folding 6, 7s, and 8s. Even 9s doesn't feel too great. Surely 9's going to be too strong. And Seaman doesn't really want the shortest stack to bust yet. He can use this to his advantage and start pounding on the blinds. Victor's going to shove from the small. BM will call with 8-5 off suit. Very bad shape for the 8-5. Victor with the 5s. Queen, Jack, Deuce. Turn is an ace. River is a jack. We lose BM in 6th place. He takes home €24,100 for his efforts. And a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Unlucky Sir GG. 5 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €31,100. Jabba Snap says a big jump. Yeah, it was a big jump. Changes the dynamic a bit here now. There's no guy running on fumes. 8-4 deuce is the flop. Seaman with ace-7 of diamonds. Sarte with king-3 of clubs. Next jump is from €31,100 to €39,600. Victor piles it on for 20 bigs with ace-jack. Seaman initially opening with 6-4 diamonds. Sarte calling from the small blind. Sorry, it's a hijack open. Shove from the cutoff. Sarte has to just get out of the way. Victor takes that one down with the ace-jack. Aces for Sarte. Facing Victor's open. Three bets to 4 million. Flack in the big blind with king 9 of hearts. Flack considering all options here. Does let it go. Victor Mux Sarte takes it down, playing 45 big blinds now, 35.6 million. And Seamen stealing with the 9-3 offsuit, putting pressure on the 20 big blind stack. Bird says the pay jumps are getting bigger, but the jump from second to first is just crazy. It is mental. I've seen that earlier and last night. Ace is going for the shove over the top. Would have preferred to see a 3-bet there. 20 bigs is a lot with aces specifically to just be re-jamming. They're starting to come after Seaman a little bit more now. Obviously, Sarte has the kind of hand you want to be 3-betting with. King, Queen of Hearts. Sexy, pretty, King, Queen. Seaman betting 3.2 million. Good shot, straight draw. Seaman takes in that pot. Sarte opening this one with the King Queen offsuit around to the big blind. Victor shows the 7 deuce and lets it go. Things are evening out a bit. It's never a one-way street. Well, I won't say never. We have had some steamrollers of FTs at Kings. You got to take the rough with the smooth. Still 84 bigs for that man right there. Bliff. Like bluff, but not spelt the same. Bliff. Victor with the ace-9 of clubs. Ace Queen 7 is the flop. Top pair for Victor. Want to bet about 1.4 million here. He goes for 1.3 with the 5 deuce of spades. Just clears out some equity. We'll get some hands to fold. Three diamonds rolls off. This is going to be a card we might decide to double barrel. He doesn't. Decides to check it back. When Victor calls the flop, he will have some Queen X, will have some Ace X. Seaman might be betting as a one and done type deal. Now we go for value to try and get called by a queen, maybe a jack. Aces out again for Victor. No nibblers. Uncle Nick with Queen Jack off suit finds himself with 6 big blinds. Sarte raising to 2 million. He's going to have to make a move soon. With the blinds now up 500,000 is the small blind. 1 million is the big blind. With a 1 million running big blind ante, that's 500,000, 1 million, 1 million. Seaman not connecting with the 8-4 ace king board. Sarte now playing 42.2 million. He's been patient today and yesterday. Finds himself now in second place. Flack continues to dwindle. Is still playing 26 bigs. Sarte only 20 bigs behind Seaman now, and Victor has overtook Flack as well. One double up basically puts Flack, Victor, or Sarte as your chip leader. One large pot. And they're obviously all trying to get rid of 5th place on the leaderboard. This man here, Uncle Nick. Top pair for Seaman. On the Jack 7 deuce. Bets 3 million. Sarte defending with the ace-6 offsuit. Seaman 3 betting to 5 million with the ace-jack offsuit. Flack with the king-queen offsuit. And the decision. Flack might 4-bet rip here. Wouldn't be a bad combo to do it with. Is there room for him to 4-bet fold? Oh, he just decides to get out of the way. Kings against 6-7. Pair and an open ender for Flack. Straight for Flack. Not a good board for Seaman. And the way that's played out, Seaman forced to call the 3.5 million bet from Flack. Uncle Nick with Jack 8 off suit and just 3.4 big blinds. He's having it. Unbelievable spot for Uncle Nick to double up to 8.3 million. He's not wearing his visors today. All eyes on the prize. He's done so well so far to get this far. 10-4-4 is the flop. Turn is the queen. River is the queen. He does a little dance. Still find it very funny that his card protector is a Labubu. He's got a whole team. Go on. Go on, Uncle Nick. How can you not like this guy? I've been led to believe that these Labubus are demonic creatures. Well, they are in the new episode of South Park anyway. I don't know much about these Labubus, but I hear there's a lot of fighting going on over them. And some of them can be worth thousands of dollars. Seaman raises to 3 million. I think we will see a 3-bet from Victor. Makes it like 7.5, 8 million. Goes for 8.5. ECW says we had sharks last time. Wolves this time. What animal is the next series? The next animal is some of the best players in the world playing in the World Series of Poker Europe. A lot of savage beasts coming to Kings in the following few weeks for what is set to be the largest poker series in Europe on the annual calendar. Richie says a snake. I want something with a pig, like a pig or a hog, or maybe a horse or a centaur. Flat betting 3.5 million with his ace king on the queen 9-3. Sarte with second pair won't be going anywhere just yet. Johan wants to know if this is a fold, a call, or a raise. Well, I didn't think it was going to be a fold. Our hand is too good to fold a pair of nines there. Richie says a pig gets bigger and a hog gets slaughtered. What about a warthog? Suppose a warthog is a hog. When I was a young warthog. Little Lion King reference there. Yes, I am a child. BC says, is Littler still in? He sure is. 180. 95. 60. Was anyone watching the US Open, the tennis? I was watching the highlights. What a phenom Alcaraz is. My good God. He played out of his socks. Victor min raises with his ace king. Victor Pahon requires €145,000. Victor with a lot of equity on the 5-4 deuce. 1.7 million is the bet from the ace-6 of clubs. Turn is the jack of spades. Seaman still has the best hand, but a lot of outs to dodge. Does Victor continue barreling, or does he just check it back on the turn? I think we want to bet again. Get rid of a deuce or a 4. Maybe even a 5. But not 6-5. Expect to see Seaman call a second time here. It is a big enough bet. I just think there might be too many hands that Victor would bet that contains clubs a second time for us to fold. Yeah. See, if a club rolls off, it's not great. Realistically, he's hoping for a 3. And if it's a 3, the river's going to go check, check. I actually like that fold on the turn. At first, I thought his hand was going to be too strong to fold to a second barrel. But Victor hasn't exactly been swinging from the fences on flop, turn, and river. And it is a decent sized bet. It's 8 million. Just decides to let that go. And I think he's made a good decision. Because some other flush draws are just going to check back on the turn. Sarte min raising. That's the third time we've seen Ace King in one orbit, as far as I can tell. Another action flop on the ace 7-4. Turn is a king. Not a good turn card for 7-5. Sarte with the ace king. Top 2. Hand 100 of the day. Live for nearly 5 hours now. Hope you're enjoying the show wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Victor deciding to call a second time. Getting sticky. I would have expected to see him just fold. Sarte back to 42.8 million. Quicken Concurrent. There is a name that's a blast from the past. How are you keeping? Lovely to have you with us. Uncle Nicholas with the ace queen, 8.3 bigs. Here we go. Quicken Concurrent says, all good, man. How have you been? You know, surviving. Still skulking around the place. Not much to report. Ain't too much changed. I'm do better than surviving Quaking Current. I'm only messing. I'm going on my annual leave after this event is concluded for about a month. Gonna let the pros come in, come on over to Kings and do their job and watch from afar. And the delayed C-bet gets the job done. Quakin says, who approved that? GG has their own commentary team. I was honoured and blessed to have done it the last 2 years for the first week, but kind of suits me to play online at the moment. So, alles gut, ja? I thought that was German. Alles gut. Yeah. No, I'm definitely still Irish. Uncle Nick is all in with Ace Jack. Quick and Concurrent said all three will understand unless French part. It can be Dutch, German, and Belgian. Well, I tell you, today I learned. I do have a few Dutch mods now. It's a Dutch takeover. Past the Dutchie to the left-hand side. Flack with ace-8 facing the all-in from Nick. 7.3 bigs total. And we have Bavarian Bird as well. Let's not forget Bavarian Bird. Where would we be without Bavarian Bird? No, I don't think the commentary will be in Dutch. Although, who knows? That's a good fold from the ace-8. That's how they're looking on the leaderboard. 56 bigs for Seaman, 40 bigs for Sarte, Victor with 33 bigs, Flack with 28, and Uncle Nick now playing 10. Gregor Flack. So there's only 12 bigs separating second, third, and fourth. Uncle Nick now playing 10, and the rest of the chips in play belonging to Seaman. Ace Queen 3 betting. Enough to put Gregor Flack all in. Doesn't want a 3 bet, having to call it off. Sub 30 bigs, just going to rip the full enchilada over the button open. Ace Queen of Hearts for Nick. Sarte's going to have to call here with sevens. Could fold fours, fives, sixes, sevens. Just going to be a bit too strong. Big moment for both players involved here. Sarte will nearly propel him up to chip leader. He'll have 50 million. Close to it. As for Uncle Nick, starts to gain a lot of traction, up over 20 bigs if he can win this flip. Always coming 7. Yeah, give the Labubu back, buddy. No more Labubu. And the turn will seal the deal. Uncle Nick, pleasure commentating on this guy. A jovial gent. Will bow out in 5th place. Taking home €31,100 for his efforts and a 10k ticket. Congratulations, unlucky sir, good game. 4 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €39,600. And I'm hearing something about them maybe going to have a look. A look at the Noombas? Yeah? Hello? Helfa? Helfa, Olga, Helfa. 60 bigs for Seaman, 51 for Sarte, Victor with 31, and Gregor Flack with 26. One double up puts anyone at the second, third, or fourth on the leaderboard as your chip leader. So not much separating first and second, and not much separating third and fourth. Bit of a gap between first and second and third and fourth. What a day it's been already. All players have locked up basically 50 G's, baby, including the 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Oh, it looks like we are going on a break where they discuss and run some numbers. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Flats like 5-4. Maybe some pocket fours is a possibility, given that he has threes. But like you said, most of the time that's just not going to be the case where he has these kind of low pocket pairs. So technically, he doesn't have that many nuts on the river in terms of slow plays as the out of position player is what I'm kind of thinking about myself.
I just think it's a spot where you want to be re-jamming pretty wide against the button open.
Agreed,
when you've got half that. I wanted to see exactly how much Piscieri he has before that start that hand, and you can see it's about 6 million or so. And I think that's just way more of a reason to re-jam. With trees, you can re-jam all those suited wheels as well. Obviously, a lot of high card hands, broadways, etc.
Yep.
It's not like we cover Piscieri in that spot. Then maybe we want to be a bit tighter. Or if we're very similar, But when we have like half the chips of Piscieri there, I think it's just don't want to say no-brainer, but close to it there with pocket threes.
Yeah.
Foxen can be opening so wide. Foxen betting 300k and Piscieri is going to call. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Does Foxen want to keep firing here? Just check back on the turn.
It's close. It's defo close. I think he'll find the bet. Yeah.
If it's close, he usually goes for a bet instead of a check.
It's usually better to do that as well, to be fair. If in doubt, probably better off bluffing or taking a more aggressive action most of the time, in my opinion.
Well, it is the key to winning, isn't it? In nearly any
Helps.
domain. Aggression.
Hardly going to see a call here, are we? Oh, Jesus, this is unbelievable stuff.
Piscieri calling with just king high. A non-believer. Over is the jack of clubs. Foxen has a flush blocker here that will contain some combos that could continue in Piscieri's shoes on the turn. And if he's bet the flop and bet the turn, I reckon we're going to see him fire this river. House 3.5 million.
I just goes for the lot, no?
We've seen him being betting like 80% of someone's stack a couple of times.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
but yeah, could just go for the lot. If he thinks the same, he can accomplish the same with a smaller bet. He might go for a smaller bet. 4.5 into 4.
Yeah, I always incentivize that to guys I coach as well. Because it doesn't really matter. Just if you can get the job done for a smaller price, then you should probably aim for that. But he has a really good blocker here, man. And like, he's never checking back. It's just sizing wise is probably, you know, one way or the other here. But as long as he's betting here, that's the main thing.
2.4 is the bet. Yeah, I think 3.5 might be a bit too much, or 4.5 is a bit too much if we can accomplish the same thing with something under 3 million, and that's why we see Foxen going for 2.4. Very tough for Piscieri to call here. Piscieri's going to have pretty weak range. He's not going to be calling with a deuce. Very unlikely he has a 9. So he's going to have a hand like ace high or king high here that called on 2 streets. This would be some call. I don't think you can make it. I see them talking in the chat saying think he's going to call. It's just a spot where he's going to have to give it up. But hey, I'm wrong at least 10 times a day on this channel if I just had a go.
You honestly could be losing the bluffs there as well. Like if he has like ace 4, ace 5, that may or may not stay barrel in the turn.
Checks back the 7-7 deuce 2-spade board.
Yeah.
And then the offsuit 9 comes up. What bluffs does she have there?
See, that's the point I was kind of alluding to. It's difficult to find those bluffs, and this is kind of the beauty of the shot clock. Does she find them in 15, 20 seconds? I don't know.
And does her opponent decipher that in 20 seconds?
Yeah. I'm not saying Chrissy can't find bluffs there, but do you always give her credit for finding them very, very quickly in a somewhat unique situation? It's not a situation she's never seen before, but it's not one that she sees quite often.
Hey, we're going to go old school. Oh, no, I thought we were going to go old school, like ESPN, World Series of Poker coverage, and have the Jack Link's beef jerky hand of the day where you had to guess what the hand was, but they ruined it for us. I was going to really put you to the test. Ooh. Oh, this is spicy. Hello.
Yeah, this could get very interesting. This is the type of hand that you want to be 4-bet bluffing with.
I'm not sure what your spice of choice is, but this is mine, and you get a late position open, cutoff open, a 3-bet for the small blinds. Foxen picks up a legit hand, and attack is kind of early on was up to about 1.2 million. Lost that big hand to Lena, where it was check raised. Then led out with 5s, was raised again, and now is being 4-bet.
Yeah, this is a sequence of events that nobody likes seeing when they're on the receiving end of it. But he's going to go nowhere so far. He's got pocket 10s.
Does make the call. Almost 250,000 chips in the pot.
The beauty of having a hand like pocket 10s is you rate to have the best hand a nice chunk of the time, but even if you don't, if you have the worst hand, you're probably going to win all the chips if you flop a set. Because any hand that beats you is probably putting all the chips in.
What about the issue of being out of position against somebody as dangerous as Foxen?
That's never fun. And this is a good example of a board where you kind of hate that situation, right? You've got this jack-high board. Sure, you're going to call a flop bet, but as soon as she starts firing a second barrel, let's say the turn's a king, and she fires a second barrel, now you're just...
I mean, what do you do if the turns turns a 4 and she bets again?
Yeah, you're in a world of hurt.
I mean, she's got aces, kings, and queens there sometimes, right?
Absolutely. A lot of the time. She might not always be bluffing with ace-queen offsuit. She may have decided this time I'll run the 4-bet, next time I'll fold. We don't know.
I'm really curious, because to me, and we can see the cards, but to me, it feels like Attack's hand it looks and appears to be exactly what it is. Something kind of, 9s, could have been 8s, could have been 10s, somewhere in that range where, yeah, it's a good enough hand to 3-bet out of the small blinds. I'm going to call. It's also got enough hand there. I'm going to call the 4-bet, but it's not a monster. Or am I kind of simplifying it too much?
No, I think you hit the nail right on the head. This is the type of hand that really shrivels up against a 4-bet, and now you're already in bluff catch mode on the turn.
And so that's why I'm curious if Foxen fires again, and she does. And this is the bet that I was. This is to me a lot of fun. I feel like pre-flop, okay, somewhat standard. Flop, we knew it was going to go check, bet, call. That's always going to happen. But now is where the poker becomes exciting. What do you do with 10s now? It's such a big hand. Does your opponent have the aces? Does she have kings? And if you call this, are you going to call the all-in on the river, if there is one?
That is the question, right? Man, she just put in a lot of the chips that are in my stack. Nearly 50% of the chips that are in my stack. If I call this turn bet, I'm likely going to have to commit on the river.
He does call.
He finds a call.
Oh, okay, so next level even. I love this. I'm such a poker nerd. So now it looks like, okay, well, nobody would bluff the river, right? Why would she ever bluff the river?
Oh,
and she hits the king.
God, this is such a brutal river card.
The hearts get there. The ace-king gets there.
The only thing for ATAC to consider is if she had ace-king, would she have barreled the turn?
She had ace-queen and she barreled the turn.
That's true, but ace-king can beat some stuff, like ace-queen. I'm not saying she doesn't barrel the turn.
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, is that going through his head? Is he thinking, does ace-king really bet again, or does it just try to reach showdown? Maybe it's the best hand.
Oh, and she does give up.
Wow. And that's unfortunate for us, because I would have loved to have seen what happened if she shoved.
So for the integrity of the game, we do make sure players do not have any electronic items on them.
Oh, it's interfering with the card reader. Okay.
Yeah, I can appreciate that general
That's so crazy. I didn't know
idea, although it sounds like they couldn't read his cards because of it.
Sure, no problem.
that. I didn't know that.
That's wild.
Are you doing Cypress?
Yeah, I'm going like.
Technology is such a mystery to me, Tuckman.
I was kind of considering it. I don't
Like
know.
on the
Yeah,
side,
you
do
don't.
Monaco
You in
after,
technology fight all the time.
serious
You guys don't
Yeah.
get along.
Okay.
Well,
WSOP with like 20K, 50K.
it remains a little bit outside of my
And
grasp.
it's
Let's
close
put
to
it that way.
No, I've been like for the party poker.
It's
Back then
amazing.
in Rio de Janeiro.
Chidwick
so
coming
Sao
in.
Paulo. No, I've been in Sao Paulo.
Poker
So.
there is great. It's fun too.
Yeah, I remember.
I think I like the mustache even more than Chidwick's little profile picture down there.
Can I see? Okay, thank you.
Sort of leaning in with it.
Foxton's going to get a count. She does have Chidwick covered, but both these players are quite deep, although Stack's now relevant, where it almost feels like they weren't relevant 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you're talking about, 85 big blinds effective.
You know, when you're 500 blinds deep, you're like, I'll figure out if you have 500 or 550 if I get to the turn and I want to raise. I'm not going to worry about it pre-flop. We're not there yet.
Why just call here for Foxton out of the small blinds?
I think sometimes she calls, probably most of the time she's re-raising, but she's decided that at this stack depth, it's not like this offsuited hand plays extremely well out of position. It plays fine because it's ace-king, but also it plays well if you occasionally have it as a trap. And if your opponent never thinks you have ace-king and the board comes, let's say, ace-king in another card, they're going to assume that you don't have certain two pairs that you can have.
Right, like in a situation like this, Chidwick can sit there and think, well, I have all the ace-kings. I'm the one with aces. I'm the one with kings. You never have that strong a hand here.
Chidwick has a beautiful hand to run some bluffs with. He has the jack of hearts. He has kind of blockers to her best aces, like ace-jack, ace-queen, or what he thinks are her best aces. And if a heart comes, he has a great hand to start firing double or triple barrels off.
When Foxton calls out of the small blind, what kind of hand does Chidwick put her on?
Probably a bunch of suited aces. Hands as strong as maybe like ace-queen offsuit, ace-jack offsuit. And then a bunch of pocket pairs, some suited type of hands as well. All of those middling hands generally that you expect to see that aren't good enough to 3-bet.
Foxton has checked again. She check called the 40,000 chip bet. Chidwick looks like he's going to continue firing.
Yeah, so Stevie may be thinking about the fact that it's possible that Chrissy never has ace-king here. She could certainly have some ace-8, but it's always going to be ace-8 suited, so there's only a couple possible combos of that. And then when he has a queen in his hand, it's less likely that she has ace-queen, right? So this becomes kind of a nice blocker if he's going to start bluffing with hands that have a pair in them.
And
this is a good one to use.
Right, is he targeting the weaker aces, the king X's type hands?
Yes. Yeah, something like ace-4 is exactly what he's trying to eliminate.
Well, this will be interesting. Does he fire one more time? 386,000. Foxton has played this hand to absolute perfection.
Yeah, this is really showcasing how powerful it can be to peel pre-flop with this hand sometimes.
I love that I asked you the question, and then you see this hand
you
played
got
out.
the dealer was like, you want to see why?
This is
Here's why.
Looks like Chidwick is going to go for it.
If he's bluffing, he's going large.
Yeah, well, not as large as I would have thought.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe a little larger as well. Still a healthy size bet. 2/3 of the pot.
But clearly bluffing.
And for Chrissy, this just becomes, do I want to shove, or do I think that that will...
If she shoves, can she get called by worse?
I would imagine. I mean, if she shoves, she definitely thinks she's getting called by worse. I would imagine that ace-queen has trouble folding to a shove. Maybe something like ace-jack or ace-10 occasionally call as they're blocking what they perceive to be the type of nutted hands that she could have. Also, this hand is probably a better one to shove than something like pocket eights. Just because when you have an ace and a king, your opponent has top set or middle set less often. Those two hands are similar hand strengths otherwise. Yeah, she does just call. She's decided that there just aren't enough hands that will call you that you beat compared to the hands that will call and have you beat. There are a lot of Jack 10s out there.
Alrighty, gang, welcome back after the break. That was a crazy hand. I just caught the river, just like Victor caught the river with the full house against the Queens. I don't think the Queens should be calling there. Victor hasn't been out of line. We haven't seen too many bluffs from Victor Littler. That has evened things out considerably. We went on a break to try get a deal organised, but the deal did not take place. I repeat, the deal did not take place. Oh, pair no draw says, all right, Howie Mandel, deal or no deal? No deal. No deal at all. Seaman now with Jacks. Raised to 3.5 million from the small blind. Victor has gained a lot of momentum from that hand and is now free betting to 8.5 million with King. We'll quickly get stuffed on and get the bad news. And Seaman will take down that pot, passing 50 million once more. Seaman betting 3.5 million. Trip 10s. Sarte calling. And there's a river. There is a river. Sarte rivering. The Nook straight. Now it is a paired board. And Seaman has the king of spades blocker for straight and flush. 5.5 million is the bet. Sarte probably just calls. It's a big thing for Sarte. Let's not forget how short Sarte was at this FT. Is now playing a WAP dog. 71.1 million. Whopping 71 big blinds now. Moving back down under 40. Taking a few hits, but it had been going all his own way for the duration of this final table. All momentum now shifting in Sarte's direction. No fair, no justice. Surprised to not see a kick back there. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but it's dangerous to leave yourself open to the fact that you could get jammed on. It's hard to get called by worse when that spade arrives on the river and it's a paired board. There's plenty of flushes out there. There's plenty of full houses out there. I think it is a safer course of action in that exact hand on that river is to just call. Did sort of have the trip tens that could call a raise. I do agree with you. Black ain't messing around. Made an uncomfortable spot into a comfortable one. Stuck it in and thought of Ireland. Nice shove that gets through. Jack 8 of clubs on the button. I wouldn't bother defending with the 10-5 offsuit. It doesn't play well post flop. Too much of a gap between the 10 and the 5. Having said that, if you took all the 10s and 5s out of the deck, you would no longer be able to make a straight. Every day is a learning day and class is in session. Queen 10 6 is the flop. Black going to bet 3.5 million. Victor's going to call. Clapping going on in the background. Maybe it's from the high roller or some other event. We're celebrating with one of the other final tablists. The payout is €39,600. There's an overbet and a half. Okay, the clubs not messing around. Just bangs the hammer down. Himself back to 30 big blinds, the exact same stack as Victor. 30 million apiece. The other two are both hovering around 50 million each. So maybe they might be considering going once more to the negotiating table. He only has 8 million more than the other two. It was started as 66. So the three other players are between 30 and 40 big blinds, and Sarte has 66. Which is a really big difference between the other three stacks when they are all within 10 big blinds of each other. $5.5 million is now the bet from Seaman. Good shot, straight draw for Sarte under 6, 4, 7, 10. That's a big win there for Seaman. Puts himself above the other two shorter stacks. Takes a couple of mil off Sarte. I'm not sure what he said to him there, but with the 6-3 offsuit, would be inclined to just pitch this into the muck. This is 15-minute break. Oh, see, this is their actual break. The last one was when they tried to negotiate a deal. Sarte with 65 bigs, Seaman with 42, Victor with 33, and Greg Flack with 27. But they're going to be even shorter than that when we get back. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. One of these 4 remaining hopefuls is going to become your eventual Wolf Air champion. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments. Tom is going to shove. Oh no, look at this.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say, I don't overly love Tom's rejam here because he's basically going to have no fold equity, but at the same time, he is the shortest stack, so it doesn't really apply to him as much.
Yep.
Leon, with the monstrous aces at the big blind, almost doesn't seem fair.
850. 815.
Though he's gone to Hollywood a little bit, although he'll have over his half his stack in the middle if he just calls.
815. I call.
I actually would have hated Tom to fold because Bedell only has 5 big blinds extra because attack has made it 3x on the button.
I'm glad you. What happened to you? What happened to the big man? What happened to the fish? What happened to the fish? The big fish.
Nice.
The big fish. He made the fall. Unbelievable. How can you make this fall?
Yeah.
What happened to the big man? I looked at my eyes. He goes all in. He's 300. I say, hey, come on, just erase me all in. You know, I call. I didn't even go all in. I just call. I said 4th place is also, or 5th place is also a good place.
I can give you.
All right, listen, give him
3 6s, please.
6, 6, 6. 6.
So his ace is against ace 6.
No, 6.
9, 5, 5 is the flop.
Pick. Okay, pick.
Chicas, vamos.
Pick. Turn is
Nine.
6 for
One
everything.
will be nice.
Okay.
Turn is a spade.
Respeto.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, respeto.
One more
Okay, you
spade
have
would
like,
do it.
18%
Leon
or
seems to be
something.
wanting to double up. Tom,
18%.
Better than nil.
perhaps he's being a little bit sarcastic. It is the 3 of hearts.
Signore, thank you so much. Thank you. You're wonderful. Thank you.
Nice
4th place is a
answer.
good place. 4th place is also 5th place. Fifth place.
Of course, massive thanks to all the moderators and everyone else helping throughout the week in any way, shape, or form, even if it was making us laugh. Fox and Limpin here in Piscieri with a monster. He's got the ladies in the big blind. Bumps it up 4x. Foxen will call. Oh, wow. Disaster here for Foxen. There's no way he's not going to lose a chunk of chips with top pair here on the flop. It's heads up after all. So hard to make a hand. . Does bet 900k. Foxen might be having thoughts of raising here.
2.1.
That's what I was thinking.
Does go for the raise. And lads, this could be curtains here for Foxen. It's going to be very tough for him to get away from top pair with a decent kicker once he's raised to 2.1 million here on a 10-6-3 flop.
4 million.
Click back.
Clicks it back. This looks incredibly strong. There's not a lot of bluffs in Picchieri's range that are just going to click it back that quick there to 4 million, Alan, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can get behind that. There might be some like ace-5 of clubs here or something like that maybe that possibly could do this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what kind of hand would do this, if like a flush draw wise.
Does run it.
Could have two overs in a flush draw, but the best case scenario is something like ace-5 of clubs. Foxen has gone all in. Picchieri has called, of course, 16 million in this pot. And if Picchieri can hold with his ladies, which he will 88% of the time, the Italian has become your GG Millions champion. Foxen really up against it after that flop. Not much he can do once he's raised.
No, basta. Oh, GG, ho giocato ormai. Da quello che viene, viene.
2 outs in the deck for Foxen. Turn is not one of them. It's the 7 of hearts. Alessandro Picchieri is 1 card away from that bracelet.
Siamo pari, siamo pari, dico.
Just 5% equity for Foxen as we hit the river. It's another 7. Alessandro Picchieri from Italy has done it. He's defeated the phenom that is Alex Foxen. Foxen will win €223,900 for his efforts. Congratulations and commiserations, GG. With all eyes on the champion, Alessandro Picchieri has done it, winning over €335,000 for his efforts. Incredible stuff.
If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
Then we split.
Ollie.
How much is it?
A lot.
I know.
Like 2-3 million.
Can you count it for me?
Yeah, count it for him.
Can you count it?
Maybe I'm not the bubble boy.
What the hell?
Of course not. Of course not.
Leon just going to straight up slam a jam.
Of course not. You have to
Nearly
sit on
50
your
big
stack
blinds.
until the third
Over
or second or
45
fourth
bigs
place.
here with Queen
You
10
cannot win
suited
this tournament, but you can.
into Foxen.
This guy, the only
And Foxen
one
has an
who will
absolute
double me, it doesn't
powerhouse
matter
of a
how.
hand here
Interesting.
with Ace Queen of Diamonds.
I
But
told him
I don't
in the
know if he
beginning,
wants to
double
call
me
this
up.
amount of chips.
It's now or never.
It's no one ever. Da, 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 da.
No, come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. That's the song, yeah?
2,200,000.
2-2.
2,700,000.
Alan, what do you make of this?
Something like that.
Surely
A little bit more. than
you got a call here against
Okay.
Leon the majority of the time, but when you've got a stranglehold
Aye.
on your
We need a
opposition like this
waiter.
as such
Whiskey.
a tough FT,
I'm not living this
do you want to
Double or
run the
nothing.
risk of calling
It's
here
double
and be
or
up
pass.
against
That's it.
2
It's
live
double or
cards?
pass. It's
Crazy.
crazy.
That is a crazy fold, but
Anyway,
mathematically
very good for-
it's going to be correct.
Okay, or you
Yeah.
want it?
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
You were in bad shape.
Well, it doesn't
just
really matter.
shows
It
us.
No,
was
it
a
doesn't.
move. Did I make the move?
Of course, yeah.
Alex, I ordered the whiskey. I didn't order it at the bar. I ordered at this table. I said, it's double or I'm living.
Yeah.
Or nothing, right?
I wish I had known.
Does seem
No, okay.
Oh, now we all want to know.
You won't even. I think it's a Czech. What he means is
Okay.
an old Czech nickname.
I won't even
It was
understand.
not. It was German.
I won't understand.
It was German.
Something about proud, yeah.
Yeah, proud Jana. You started it. Jana means
My
lady.
name is Jan, and you said Jana.
Jan and Jana. It's a woman's name. You know, his name is Jan. And they say Stolze
getting a
Jana.
history lesson today, lads.
Proud Jana.
Leon with the aces in the hijack going for a full 3x raise with a little bit of cheese on top. 95k to go.
You're welcome. You're
I'm
welcome.
still proud.
You're always welcome. You always.
Now I call you. Son of a.
Son of whatever
gun.
you can call me.
Tell you, you shouldn't have said it. Now you.
Son of Ina and Victor. My father was Victor and mother Ina. So
Son of a gun.
of two of them.
2 guns.
Son of two guns.
How much is that? 95, right?
Son of two guns. He does have 2 pocket rockets here. It's going to be 3-way action to the flop. Pricey and spicy pot here, 3 ways. 330k already in the middle.
Massive cooler, what happened?
Jack 10-7 is the flop. Leon with the overpair. Yaxman with top pair. Decent kicker. Let's see what happens here. It's a draw heavy board. Yaxman will call 175. Some equity here for Orpin, but he's got no hearts in his hand. Yeah, it does make
Oh my God.
disciplined
What
laydown.
do you have behind it? Not much, huh?
Standard enough, I suppose, against 2 players.
3 doesn't make any change to you, right?
3 of diamonds on the turn.
You call it, you got it.
Leon with a bit of speech play with his aces before moving all in.
And remember, this is not Omaha, this is Holden.
Really?
We do see the Queen Jack
How
of Spades
boring.
stacking off.
Well, just aces. What I got? Can't fold.
This is a
Jack,
huge
you
pot
can't
for
fold
Leon
Jack.
if he can
Jack,
hold.
Jack King, Jack Ace.
And he's got 89%
best hand, by the way,
equity to
for-
do so.
You have the best hand.
Good game.
Luck.
Huge
Sorry,
pot
Leon.
for Leon. We lose a superstar. Leon going to have about 50 big blinds now.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black 8s or 6-7 of hearts? On this flop, good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
Righty, folks, welcome back after the break. If you're just tuning in this late hour of the day on Tuesday evening, it's the Wolf Millionaire main event final table, four-handed action live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Small blind is now 600k, big blind is 1.2 million with a 1.2 million running big blind ante. Hello, Bebop. Welcome. See men going for it here with the 4-5 of spades around to Flack in the big blind with Queen 8 of clubs. Steven bets 1.5, takes it down. Someone shouts Vamo. Vamos, Mafilo! Average stack just shy of 42 million. Still plenty of chips in play. Kings for Flack. Victor with ace jack. We could see a lot of chips go in here, four-handed. Don't see ace jack going into the muck here, facing a 3-bet from a very capable player to be 3-bet folding off this stack depth. Just a matter of whether he wants to peel or 4-bet rip. Does 4-bet rip? Big boy pot of poker taking place here. 48.2 million in the middle. Ace Jack 3 is the flop. nasty for Grigor Flack. Victor out flopping the kings. Turn is a 5 of spades. Needs a black king on the river, but it is a red lady. We see the elimination of Grigor Flack. Played very well. Had a commanding chip lead at certain points yesterday. Was going tit for tat with the other chip leader at the final table. Came up short in the end, but should be very proud of himself with a result of €39,600 and a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. That means 3 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €56,100, all chasing the first prize of €145,600. Looks like there is going to be some other negotiations taking place, and we're going on another 15-minute break. Actually, this break is 10 minutes. We're going to come back where there is still the guts of 150 big blinds in play. Lots more action to come. See you all in a few moments.
Okay, just had to check that. So, 7th code question here, people.
I said to the guy, relax,
okay, for the
don't
7th
do it.
code.
And he didn't
One
listen.
word
And
answer,
he played
only available on
He
Twitch.
sees one
And the
ace
question
and he already
is,
all in.
what is it
I see
called
two
when a
aces
player
and I'm all
bets
in.
to protect their hand by not allowing free cards?
Okay, okay.
What
I
is
see
it
that.
called
This
when a
is all
player
mine.
bets to protect their hand by not allowing free cards?
Listen, this is all my money anyway. So can I pile it up and don't count on me?
All right, Barney
you
Nuts,
have
you're going to win
5
that one, bro.
seconds Until you decide, and I
Barney
make
Nuts is
my
going to win that one.
decision
Protection
really
bet is
fast,
correct.
Really fast.
So well done, Barney.
Oh, it's him. Okay.
Well done, Barney. My good man. Just give me a second here, and I'll send it over to you.
It's
Where are these
unbelievable.
codes?
It's just unbelievable.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
What he makes.
So I'll just message you there, Barney.
Everything. Alice,
if there's an issue with the code, bro, I'll just note it down and I'll get it sorted ASAP, all right? So we should be good now, Dan, my good mate.
Alan, I need to get back to this.
Sorry. Oh, wow.
Double up.
We have a 3-bet from attack with the ace-4 suited. Foxen, the original opener. Min raising with the kings of kings. Leon waking up with the ladies. And he probably thinks he's in great shape here, begging for a call. Little does he know, Foxen has the second nuts, the second pre-flop nuts.
You know, you have 2 options. You have no other options. You have 2 options. All in or nothing. It's now or never. Она меня попугивала, а я ее.
5 million is the raise.
What happened?
All in. The fella, all in the other fella. Kings for Foxen and Leon with the ladies. We might be about to lose Leon. Loose Leon is all in and way behind. Actually, sick cooler here, four-handed, the way things have been playing out. Sick for Foxen to pick up kings when Leon has the ladies. 6.3 million in this pot.
Double me up. I said that before. He can
It is
The
a
only guy
7-6.
who can double me up is this Signore Alex Foxton.
It is. Secondo me bocca destra, dai, vediamo.
Were you
Well,
calling
Abbiamo
4-bet jam?
fatto
it's
quello
not
che
looking
abbiamo
good.
fatto.
Calling 4-bet?
Well, I cannot
Two
call the
ladies
queens,
can
right?
save Leon, or he will bow out in fourth place.
Especially when the queen is coming.
River is the 7 of diamonds. It did not arrive.
Finito. La commedia è finita.
Very good game there. Nice playing.
Good luck.
I got home that night. Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Attack has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen-Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
Yeah. And hits top pair. Cross that with second pair. I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just 'cause
absolutely.
It's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You get 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Couple of straight draws out there. And sure enough, Attack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Down. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? And he does.
Yeah, and for Attack, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable 3rd barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, the straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of 7s.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has 1 pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Alina. The quick call from Attack. And there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for Attack, picking up hand after hand. And still he's now below starting. And Lena all smiles as he gets a lot back. A lot with each other.
I'd have to guess so.
I mean,
I don't know.
You said that she played, what, 15 million hands?
Yeah, but those were at cash.
Good point.
Yeah, so I don't know. Lena's kind of known as the end boss of the tournament streets. I don't know how much cash is playing. Whereas Chrissy was playing mostly cash. I know that she shifted her game over and mostly plays online tournaments now, but...
Yeah, the 4, he said. I have 4. 4?
Big fold.
Big fold.
So Foxen raising under the gun.
If you know, you know.
The big blind defends. Oh, hello.
This is his favorite game.
Hello.
Look at this flop.
Yeah.
Just planting.
Now, Foxen does have a 10 of clubs in her hand.
She does. Also, these monotone flops are ones that you want to be very careful, in your approach. Certainly have to respect the fact that both players have a large number of flushes.
Call. Oops.
Talk just finds the raise. Oh, I'm sorry. He found the call. This is very tricky by him. Unfortunately for him, I think it's quite likely that Chrissy checks back the turn. She has the type of hand that puts in a little bit of money and unimproved would like to just see showdown. So if he knew that, he would prefer to have check raised, but
This is his game within the game, you know?
And she does check it back, as you predicted. And
oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow. It's a funny game, this is.
Azak finds the check, too.
Wow. This is so cool.
This is going to make him the maximum. If he came with a big bet, she might just call, just in case he has the flush.
Well, the question is, does she pay off the check raise?
I'd have to, with the 10 of clubs, I'd have to imagine so.
King Jack.
She might even, given the fact that she checked back, that is this a...
She just went more than pot.
What was the
She went 75 into 43.
Okay, now maybe she finds a fold versus the check raise. Not saying she does, but it's a possibility. Is he just calling?
Well, look, yeah, I was going to say, does he ever just call this, though?
I mean, the way he's talking, he must just be calling. Wow.
I think she lost less by betting more.
Yeah, absolutely she did. If she bet 40,000, he was going to make it 200.
And then she's just hating it.
Yeah.
Righty, folks, welcome back after the break. Still 3 players remaining now. Victor taking in that pot, quite a sizable pot as well, playing 57 bigs. Now, no deal has been reached. I repeat, no deal has been reached. Seaman raises to 2.5 million with the king queen of diamonds, flopping very well on the 9-6 deuce. Diamonds in hand, 2 overcards. A lot of equity here. I think we might just fold pocket trees right here, right now. We'll just do just that. 2 overcards to the trees. You will see some guys hanging around to see the turn. Oftentimes you're just calling to get barreled off your hand. King queen. Ace 10 in the big blind. The call. $2.5 million now. It's the bet. Victor gets out of the way. Not his board for the king queen. $8 million is the bet on the button for Sarte with the king 5 of diamonds. Victor calls second pair. Turn is the 3 of diamonds. Sarte checks back the turn. River's 2 pair. I might have bet again on the turn with the king 5. Still a value from a push draw, a straight draw, and a jack. Maybe even an 8 hangs around. Because the turn went check, check, Victor is going to try to get value. Now Sarte wants to put in a raise to somewhere around 3x to 5.5 million. I think like 14 million here sounds nice. It's a lovely raise to 12.5. Tough to get called here by Worth. But we have to put in a raise anyway, and that's why he's going for around 12.5 million. $7 million back to Victor. Sarte checks back the turn. This raise looks sneaky. Like Victor's suspicious that Sarte has missed a draw that he is now turning into a bluff. When Victor leads on the river, Sarte could be trying to get him off a weak king or a jack. We can clearly see that Sarte has 2 pair. Having said all that, the 9 of clubs is pretty bad in our hand. We block some of the draws we would want Sarte to have if he was bluffing. Victor makes a good lay down there. You will see guys get impatient when a deal hasn't been reached and find themselves just calling in a spot where they normally wouldn't. Pressure's on, boys. We put the tension with a knife. It's a large difference between third, second, and first. Victor taking that one away. He's starting to switch gears, Victor. Playing quite aggro. Nice double barrel there. Gets the job done. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Victor raising to 4.5 million with Kings. Men with the ace-9. Whoa. Did he just move all? Moves all in. This is too much. Too many blinds to do this with. 42. Was caved under the pressure. He's played so well at this final table. And he is very unlucky to run into it. But run into it he has. And who I thought was 100% going to take down this title is going to bow out in third place. Seaman Carey has played so well. One stutter step and it is all over. Will leave us in third place, taking home €56,100. The way this final table has gone from, it's a phenomenal score, but it's a disappointing result. And bing, bang, boom, just like that, we are going heads up for the Wolf Millionaire main event title. We're going on another break before we get this heads up battle commenced for your viewing pleasure. We're going to come back and put a ribbon on this thing. We have had traditionally some very long heads up battles. This one's far from over. Still well over 130 big blinds in play. Victor owning 2/3 of the remaining chips. Sarte, a very worthy adversary for Victor Pajon. Someone in the chat earlier was talking about how great Victor was playing and they fancied him to take down this title. Well, he's put himself in pole position to do so. You don't want to miss this one. See you all in a few moments.
So for the integrity of the game, we do make sure players do not have any electronic items on them.
Oh, it's interfering with the card reader. Okay.
Yeah, I can appreciate that general idea, although it sounds like they couldn't read his cards because of it.
Sure, no problem.
That's wild.
Are you doing Cyprus?
Yeah, I'm going like
Technology is such a mystery to me, Tuckman.
I was kind of considering it.
Like
Yeah, you don't. You and technology fight all the time. You guys don't get along.
Well,
WSOP with like 20K, 50K.
it remains a little bit outside of my grasp. Let's put it that way.
No, I've been like for the party poker. Back then in Rio de Janeiro.
Chidwick coming in.
Sao Paulo. No, I've been in Sao Paulo.
Poker there is great. It's fun too.
Yeah, I remember.
I think I like the mustache even more than Chidwick's little profile picture down there.
Can I see you? Okay, thank you.
Sort of leaning in with it.
Foxton's going to get a count. She does have Chidwick covered, but both these players are quite deep, although Stack's now relevant, where it almost feels like they weren't relevant 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you're talking about, 85 big blinds effective.
You know, when you're 500 blinds deep, you're like, I'll figure out if you have 500 or 550 if I get to the turn and I want to raise. I'm not going to worry about it pre-flop. We're not there yet.
Why just call here for Foxton out of the small blinds?
I think sometimes she calls, probably most of the time she's re-raising, but she's decided that active stack depth, it's not like this offsuited hand plays extremely well out of position. It plays fine because it's ace-king, but also it plays well if you occasionally have it as a trap. And if your opponent never thinks you have ace-king and the board comes, let's say, ace-king in another card, they're going to assume that you don't have certain two pairs that you can have.
Right, like in a situation like this, Chidwick can sit there and think, well, I have all the ace-kings. I'm the one with aces. I'm the one with kings. You never have that strong a hand here.
Chidwick has a beautiful hand to run some bluffs with. He has the jack of hearts. He has kind of blockers to her best aces, like ace-jack, ace-queen, or what he thinks are her best aces. And if a heart comes, he has a great hand to start firing double or triple barrels off.
When Foxton calls out of the small blind, what kind of hand does Chidwick put her on?
Probably a bunch of suited aces. Hands as strong as maybe like ace-queen offsuit, ace-jack offsuit. And then a bunch of pocket pairs, some suited type of hands as well. All of those middling hands generally that you expect to see that aren't good enough to 3-bet.
Foxton has checked again. She check called the 40,000 chip bet. Chidwick looks like he's going to continue firing.
Yeah, so Stevie may be thinking about the fact that it's possible that Chrissy never has ace-king here. She could certainly have some ace-8, but it's always going to be ace-8 suited, so there's only a couple possible combos of that. And then when he has a queen in his hand, it's less likely that she has ace-queen, right? So this becomes kind of a nice blocker if he's going to start bluffing with hands that have a pair in them. This is a good one to use.
All right, is he targeting the weaker aces, the king X's type hands?
Yes. Yeah, something like ace-4 is exactly what he's trying to eliminate.
Well, this will be interesting. Does he fire one more time? 386,000. Foxton has played this hand to absolute perfection.
Yeah, this is really showcasing how powerful it can be to peel pre-flop with this hand sometimes.
I know that I asked you the question, and then you see this hand
you
played
got
out.
The dealer was like, you want to see why?
This is
Here's why.
Looks like Chidwick is going to go for it.
If he's bluffing, he's going large.
Yeah, well, not as large as I would have thought.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe a little larger as well. Still a healthy size bet. 2/3 of the pot.
But clearly bluffing.
And for Chrissy, this just becomes, do I want to shove, or do I think that will...
If she shoves, can she get called by worse?
I would imagine. I mean, if she shoves, she definitely thinks she's getting called by worse. I would imagine that ace-queen has trouble folding to a shove. Maybe something like ace-jack or ace-10 occasionally call as they're blocking what they perceive to be the type of nutted hands that she could have. Also, this hand is probably a better one to shove than something like pocket eights. Just because when you have an ace and a king, your opponent has top set or middle set less often. Those two hands are similar hand strengths for otherwise. Yeah, she does just call. She's decided that there just aren't enough hands that will call you that you beat compared to the hands that will call and have you beat. There are a lot of Jack 10s out there.
I want to thank all of you for spending your day with us. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 coverage, and we will be crowning a champion. And that beautiful bracelet you saw a few moments ago, we'll be awarding that to the winner. Registration in this event open until the beginning of day 2. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000. This is level 8. And this will be the last level of our coverage. The players will continue for 4 more levels after this, though.
See Beto back there laughing it off. He's taking it well.
Yeah.
In stride. What else can you do? I know, but it's just sometimes it's very painful. That 8-6 came out of nowhere for him. That wasn't even on his radar.
Yeah, you just you shrug your shoulder and you just go, okay, I'm supposed to lose this.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to double you up.
I guess so.
Bad luck.
Oh my God. Shirt, matching sweater.
That just tripped me out.
Alex has picked up a flush draw. Blom has got the straight.
This seems like a natural bluff for Foxen. You have 4 high. You can't win the pot. That said, I was about to say,
wow,
you do not want to get check raised because you do get blown off your equity a little bit when you get check raised. So he finds that sneaky check back, and wow, this is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, for sure. He checks back, realizes his equity, doesn't get blown off, but hits the spade. And now Blom bets, and
No, I just saw the sign. I was like,
even though it's a relatively large sizing, you got to expect a raise here from Alex, huh?
I would have to imagine so.
Yeah, I figured.
My boys love them. They just like smoke every
This
day.
feels like the dream. There's a lot of straights out there. Your opponent could even have something like ace 10. That felt like the mega nuts on the turn. And yeah, getting value here seems incredibly important.
Anymore, that's for sure.
That said, Alex is really in the tank. I don't know if he's in the tank just trying to figure out a size or if he's actually considering calling, but I don't feel like calling would be
Can't beat them, join them.
running through his head whatsoever.
He's definitely going to time extensions on this one. And he is cutting out some raising ships.
There we go. And for Blom, having the 10 of spades means this is going to be a tough combo to fold. Ooh, this is a huge raise from Foxen.
Yeah, it's 459,000. So you're looking at about, we'll say 375 more. Pot is 653.
Yeah. It's getting a little worse than 2-1. I think there becomes a size where you feel like you could just let it go and wait till you have a flush. I'm not saying that this is the size.
So 653,000 in the pot. Blom behind has to call another 375-ish. And he does find the fold.
Nice fold, Victor.
Wow. I mean, considering the 10 of spades as well.
Yeah.
We'll see later anyway.
Yeah.
Well done.
Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blom started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, 3-betting. Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blum all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pot. And Victor Blum looking for the full double, and he will get it. The river card irrelevant. Cabral drawing dead.
Heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket nines, lost.
Alrighty, gang. We're back, and I have something to say here that's very important. A deal was made. I thought the deal was going to be made at the break we just had, but it is important to note that the hand with kings against ace-9, the deal had already been made at that point, so he didn't leave with €56,000. He would have got €91,500. There was a deal done between the three. Seat 2 got €91,500. Seat 7, so that's how much he would have left with, €109,700. No, the deal has been done between the two playing heads up, is what's happened here. Third place leaves with €56,100. They've done a deal heads up. €109,700 for the 2-1 chip lead. €91,500 for Sarte. Congratulations, guys. And they are playing on for an extra €22,300. If anyone needs me to repeat any of that, just let me know, and I will kindly decline. Welcome back to the heads up battle, where they're playing on for €22,300. So it's over 100 million playing 56, still chunks in play. And this is a giant heads up battle, even though it's for €22,000 instead of over 60,000. I think they've done a great job navigating their way to the last two from an entry field size of 3,356. I walked in, I said, "You've done a great job. What a great job. Beautiful job." $20 million is the bet. What's happened here? Sarte has used the king of clubs as a blocker. A blocker to the nut flush. So whatever Victor bet, Sarte decided he was going to move all in with the king 9. Who's still with me? Let me know in the chat. If you're just tuning in on YouTube, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Richie says he's still here. Nutty. What's up, Nutty? I thought I'd made a mistake with the deal because the ace-9 went all in with the kings. Or went all in with the ace-9 and ran into the kings. Victor raising with 8-7 of diamonds. Sarte defending, king 7-5, and Victor will take that one down with a c-bet. These two must be so ecstatic to have got this far. $2.5 million is the raise from Victor. Sarte 3-betting with the queen deuce off suit to $7.5 million. Victor might call in position. Could 4-bet. If he wants to 4-bet, yeah, 4-bets to 17 million. I've said sometimes we might just prefer to use the offsuit combos and call with the suited ones in position. Decides he wants to 4-bet this combo to 17 mil and will take it down. Very nice play by Victor. And look at now, only a few moments ago you had a 2-1 chip lead. They are basically even. We have a hell of a heads-up battle on our hands. Yes, guys, with the deal, seat 2 is Sarte. Seat 7 is Victor. 8 million is the bet now from Sarte. Victor checks his option. Sarte completes with Jack 8. Two pair for Victor. Not deterring Sarte to bet 3.5 million on this turn card. Will get called by a 9. Some flush draws. Some straight draws. Victor is going to raise it up, boys. We see a raise to 14 million. That looks like a call. The river is a deuce, so no flush comes in. The queen 10 is out there for the straight. Victor finds the shove on the river. Sarte is just going to pause for a bit. Don't see him calling here. He could beat some bluffs that contain spades. Maybe a busted straight draw. That's about it. That 8 as well blocks some straight draws you would want your opponent to have as a bluff. We unblock spades, which is nice. A lot of his spade draws might just call on the turn and not raise. The king is range advantage to the button, although we are heads up now. Sarte has been so composed at this final table. I said it already, I'm going to say it again. Remember how long he was short stacked for. Been very observant, has picked his spots well, puts himself in contention to take down this title. $1.5 million is the bet from Sarte with the 10-3 on the 6-6 queen. Victor Pajon raised to $4.5 million. Sarte, an absolute non-believer here, going to call with 10-3 off suit. Queen rolls off. Double paired board. Just check. River is a jack. Pretty sick if Victor wins this. Oh, well, the jack now. The 10 doesn't play. I'm going to say if he gets the showdown and wins with 10 high after calling a check raise, $14.5 million is the bet. Strong play from Sarte, and they are even Stevens once more. Got a $4.5 million from Victor with the Queen 9 on the 8 Queen Deuce 10. Deuce rolls off on the river. I presume levels are going to be halved after this one as well. Now that they've made a deal. For history says, go King Victor. $11 million is the bet from Sarte. Really mixing in some bluffs in the opening proceedings of this heads-up battle. These guys came to play, no messing around. Drives going into the muck. Nice pick up for Sarte. He takes a bit of a lead now. 60 bigs playing 45. 60-40 in Sarte's favour with regards to the percentage of the chips in play. Sarte 3 betting. Victor folding. Or was that a 4 bet? Looked like a 4 bet. It's crazy to think that after so many days, even 3 days in the booth, we find ourselves heads up with over a 50 big blind average. We are going to be playing 45-minute levels, I believe. Well, the blinds basically have from 70. Sarte with a big 4 bet here. That's my boy Victor Pahone ordering 2 beers. I would normally order 3. 3 for €10 is a great deal. Why have 1 beer when you can have 3? Two is no good. 1 beer. Anyone can have one beer, but three. That's a 5-bet rip. Oh, look, he's bought him a beer. Are you trying to get me drunk? Whilst they play for over 22,000 euro. Considering this is a 350 euro buy-in, incredible amount of money to be paying for. Well, hello to over 300 viewers still on YouTube. Victor raised to 3.5 million with the HG of Hearts, getting called by Sarte with the Jack Ford. Sarte with a flush draw on the King Deuce Deuce. raising 7 million. These guys have been playing some really good heads-up poker so far. Me like. Ace is taking that one down. Victor with king 10 of clubs on the king, queen, jack, 2 diamond flop. Sarte with pocket nines. Bets 3 million. Victor calls. Turn is a 9 of clubs. Sarte hoping for the board to pair. Victor already with the straight. You could bet something like 5 or 6 million here. Goes for 5 mil. Reckons there's a chance he could still get called by worse. It is heads up. It's so hard to make a hand in no limit hold'em, a pair or whatever. Never mind heads up. Sarte has called a considerable portion of his stack off being a non-believer to Victor having a straight. That all happened very fast, but it's quite significant because Victor now has 127 million in chips and Sarte finds himself relatively short for the first time in a while. I say short, 25 bigs to start the hand. But it's a far cry from both of them being 50 to 60 big blinds deep not so long ago. Sarte with the 3-bet. With the ace-5 of diamonds. Sarte betting 10.5 million here on the river. Going to get picked off by just king high. These two, very evenly matched, no problem calling each other down on rivers. Flops, turns, and rivers. Sarte back to 40 big blinds. Paying 63.4 million now. Sarte with king, queen. Best takes that down. And the queen a5. Victor winning a showdown with the 6 deuce in between 3 deuce 7 8. This one will get chopped up if it gets checked down. Victor with the 5-3 on the king, 8-3. Takes that one down. Sarte releases with the 9-6 off suit. Kings for Sarte. A monster at any stage, let alone heads up. Just decides to call. Flop is ace 9-3. King's not loving that there's an ace out there. Sarte is going to bet 9.5 million. Victor's going to be forced to pay. And now Sarte is back to 42 big blinds. That's quite the pop for him. Rem asked, did they make a deal? They certainly did. It's in the chat box. Seat 2, 91,500 euro. Seat 7, Victor, 109,700 euro. And the winner will take home an additional 22,300 euro. Thank you, Johan, the main man. Victor takes that down. 9-5. Victor 3 bets again, this time with Queen 7 of clubs. Both players putting the foot on the gas in different spots. A very entertaining heads-up battle so far here if you're just tuning in. 2 remaining in the 350 euro Wolf Millionaire main event. 1 million rupees is now the small blind. Big blind is 2 million rupees with a 2 million running big blind ante. That's 1 million, 2 million, 2 million. I'm not the biggest fan of 3-betting deuces there. I don't think you want to or need to. It's not a hand you can exactly 4-bet. It's got no blocker properties that I like in the slightest. I think we just want to call in the big blind with that one. Unless we are setting up a 5-bet rip. I don't think the stacks were set up that way. We're going to miss the bet. Okay, we'll call. River is the 3 of clubs. Okay, with the best hand with ace high. Does he feel the need to get? No. Just wants to go showdown with ace high here. And he will. Both players must be feeling the heat of exhaustion at this stage. Championship round. Stay till the jab's done. Victor. But this is what happened earlier. I thought it was a 4-bet when it was a 3-bet. It's because he is limp the button, limp re-raise. He's going to call and we're going to see a flop. This pot spiraling out of control. 51 million. 4, 10, king, deuce. 18 million is the bet from Victor. Does he really pulled a big move there? Victor Cajon is playing brilliant. Not to take anything away from Sarte. Victor's moves has just been working for him. Both players want a 10-minute break. We're going back. Sarte with a lot of work to do. 22 bigs. Victor, after taking that pot down, barreling's flop and turn. With 3/4 of the chips in play, but anything can happen in the volatile game that is No Limit Hold'em, especially when we are heads up. You don't want to miss the conclusion of this one. See you all in a few moments.
Right? Oh yeah? Yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. We like to think of a lot of these poker players as, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled Ace Queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so.
No, never.
You did.
I'm your biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
good
wow.
Play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically frustrating spot for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thank you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, Ace-5-5, Rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board-changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands he would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
It's aces versus queens. You hit your two-outer, you beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy you have queens.
Yeah? Why you happy?
Because if somebody have queens, I double it.
Good for you.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. He says,
Nice.
if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Ooh, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
7 big blinds.
yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's
Touchman.
24 bigs.
1-3 behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I've got out of the prediction business a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do or what they should do or what they're thinking. Because, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason because we can't predict what they're going to do. Even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
Comunque ci sono tutti short, tutti 1.200.000, hanno tutti 12-13 lui, io ne ho 70, ci chiami quelli
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward?
It's perfect.
Slightly.
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, and a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black 8s or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
Alrighty, gang, who is still with me? Let me know in the chat. Over 8 hours live now. 13 hours yesterday. The guts of 10 hours the night before. It's all come down to this. 2 players remaining, playing for €22,300. Rema, first person in the chat box, says, let's go. With the alien avatar. I'm an alien. Queen 10-4 is the flop. Victor bets 3 million. Rema says, God tier caster for all these hours. Thank you so much for your compliment at this late hour of the day. Much appreciated. 7 million is the bet from Sarte on the 4-10 Queen 6-8 board. Victor with ace-5. It's all right, Rama, because at the conclusion of this heads-up battle, I won't be back in the booth for 33 days. How would you like those apples? Good man Richard Hayes is doing the Deutsche Poker Tour next Sunday for me, and I'm going to try my hand at some W Coops. GG series is on. No holidays, just poker. Win enough money. End up at this table that we're commentating on and have someone else commentate on my play. Sounds like a plan to me. Someday. 5 million is the bet from Sarte. And 8, 9, 10. That's not a straight, sir. Sarte calls the 5 million with just a pair of 9s. I would say the chat is so empty, Rema, because we have done so many hours up to this point. People have a propensity with tuning out, especially when a deal is done and they're playing heads up for the trophy. They feel like they've seen it before. I've noticed that. I've been guilty of that myself. Hello? Hello, homie? When we see a big round of applause for Action Man Dan for calling the action, but what about the moderators helping me with every payout, policing the chat, Googling the players at the table, giving me some extra information? Couldn't do it without you. All the regular viewers that tune in, week out. Big shout out to the Kings production team who go above and beyond pretty much 365 days of the year, 24/7. All the new people that tuned in as well. Fantastic to grow this channel. Big shout out to everyone who tunes in on YouTube. But especially the Action Army on Twitch. Full house for Sartey. Victor picking up a flush draw. And it's very important, I know I say it every time, to go check out the King's Resort website, but well and truly now is the time. World Series of Poker Europe Festival guarantee, 20 million euro. I wasn't the biggest fan of Sartey's call with the 8-9, by the way. I might have missed something in that hand, but it just seemed like he's going to be losing to too many hands to make that a profitable call on the river. Does have a full house here, does move all in. Victor gets out of the way. Oh, Victor. 9-6 calling 24 million. That's not correct. $36 bigs for Sartey. $90 million for Victor. La Torre SVK in the house. In the house. Latour says, I'm here 6 hours, but I don't write. Story of me life. Casper the Friendly Ghost. Victor raises to 25 million. This is spicy raise with the 4 deuce. Straight blocker. Putting a lot of pressure on Sartey with a 1 pair hand. Victor Pajon. Pajon has got the cojones. Takes that one down. And is now playing over 100 million in chips. Micah Gabby says, please stop. No point in stopping now. Sorry, buddy. Victor shoves on Sartey. Sartey with Jack 10, but 27 big blinds. This is an outrageously large shove, considering they're playing for 22,300 euro. Both players have played for so long. Decides to call it off. It's understandable. They've played for so many days on end. Just want to get to that bar that they can see in the corner to the right. Perhaps they were discussing they wanted to get it in relatively quick when they came back after the break. You don't know what goes on. Away from the table, Ace King 3 is the flop, and that is amazing start for Victor. 78%. Sartey has a backdoor flush draw, good shot straight draw. Turn is the 7, 2 pair for Victor. Sartey needing a lady, and a lady only on the river. Needs a lady of kings or it is all over. It's a king. Sarte's played out of his socks, played brilliantly. But Victor Bahone's timing in that heads-up battle was sublime. Commiserations to second place. What a heads-up battle that was. Victor is your Wolf Millionaire champion. What a victory that was. I'm going to have to review some of those hands and heads up. His timing. It's all about the timing. Ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. We have crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in the last few days. I'm going to let these guys enjoy taking their photos and enjoy all the glory that goes with becoming the Wolf Millionaire main event champion. Try not to miss me too much. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.